It is generally known that special education involves individualized instructions in order to meet the needs of individuals with special needs and requires appropriate educational environments. Educational programs and instructional content need to be adapted and regulated for students with special needs, where benefits from special education and related support services through IEP can be achieved. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of the Training and Consultation Division of SEAMEO SEN, to participants from Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, Laos PDR, and Brunei, welcome to today's training session entitled Preparation of Functional Individualized Education Plan IEP for Students with Special Educational Needs with our distinguished speaker from Malaysia, whom is also the resident expert of SEAMEO SEN, Associate Professor Dr. Hasnah Thoran. Additionally, I'm also pleased to announce that these 3-day sessions are broadcasted live via SEAMEO SEN's Facebook and YouTube. So hello to our Facebook and YouTube viewers. However, please be reminded that the live streaming is only available until 1 p.m. daily. Hope all of you will be with us until the said time. Thank you all for your great support and feedback. My name is Suhaila Muhammad, Program Associate of SEAMEO SEN, and I will be your MC for today. And with the amazing team consists of the Head of Training and Consultation Division, Puan Monisha Ahmad Shah, Madam Mastura and Madam Harisha, as well as from Strategic Communication Unit, Mr. Rusmedi and Mr. Ashraf. We would like to say that we are absolutely delighted to have all of you with us today. Welcome again and hope we will have a great learning experience with SEAMEO SEN for the whole 3 days with Associate Professor Dr. Hasnah Thoran from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, these training sessions would not have been materialized if it had not been for the great support and ideas from our very own Director of SEAMEO SEN, Dr. Hajah Hanani Harun Rasid. Dr. Hanani is extensively passionate about special education, and this topic is definitely close to her heart. With that, I am extremely honored to welcome Dr. Hajah Hanani Harun Rasid to deliver her opening remarks. Dr. Hanani, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Dr. Azli Sani Mat Jalil, Deputy Director of SEAMEO SEN, our Honourable Speaker today, Associate Professor Dr. Hasnah Thoran, Senior Lecturer, Centre of Community Education and Wellbeing, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, SEAMEO SEN Regular Course Organising Committee, and to all participants from SEAMEO member countries. I am very delighted to welcome all of you to this regular course titled Preparation of Functional Individualized Education Plan IEP for Students with Special Educational Needs. Thank you for your great commitment for attending this 3-day course. For your information, the main purpose of this course is for special educational needs teachers to have the understanding and the skills in preparing the individualized education plan, which is crafted to meet the needs of each learner with disabilities. Furthermore, the IEP also serves as guidance in maximizing learners' ability in accessing the curriculum and to demonstrate their learning in class. Even though I know everyone here is already familiar with IEP, I believe we as educators and school administrators who are responsible to provide the best learning experience for students with disabilities need to keep learning and find the best techniques and strategies in delivering quality education. As a regional center for special educational needs, SEAMEO SEN this time around would like to highlight the best practices in preparing the individualized education plan for students with disabilities. The individualized accommodations through IEP are something that is modifiable, depends on current needs. Therefore, educators and administrators may revise and revisit the plan and find alternative strategies. I strongly encourage all of you here to stay persistent in finding the best ways of learning for students with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, SEAMEO SEN is delighted to have expert with us today, Associate Professor Dr. Hasnah Toran, a senior lecturer from the Centre of Community Education and Wellbeing, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, to share her vast knowledge and experience on developing functional individualized education plan for students with special educational needs. I hope all of you can actively participate in this course by sharing ideas and suggestions on how to prepare and implement the individualized education plan for students with special educational needs from the perspectives of Southeast Asia countries. It is hoped that at the end of this course, all of you here will get hold of new perspectives, ideas and input on devising IEP which cater the needs of students with disabilities and at the end will help in growing their potential. On another hand, I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to visit SEAMEO SEN's official website and follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to keep updated with our upcoming programs. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and have a good day. I wish you all an enjoyable and productive course ahead. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Hajah Hanani. Thank you for the very inspiring remarks. Yes, Doctor, I'm sure our teachers here today will actively engage and participate. Ladies and gentlemen, on 26 August 2021, the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEAMEO Secretariat, in close collaboration with UNESCO Bangkok, launched the online course for teachers entitled Responding to Educational Needs of Learners with Disabilities in Emergencies, and with 4 modules and 26 videos. Disability Inclusive Teaching in Emergency, or DTEAM, is a free online self-paced course designed to assist teachers of learners with disabilities in ensuring inclusive instructions and support during an emergency. That being said, I would like to invite Mr. Ahmad Haikal Amir Hamza, Unit Manager of SEAMEO SEN, to share insights on DTEAM module. Please welcome Mr. Ahmad Haikal.
Assalamualaikum and hello educators. My name is Haikal. I am from the Strategic Communication Unit in SEAMEO SEN. Good day, and I'm very glad to be able to share in our session today with the rest all of you, enthusiasts and energetic educators here. As mentioned earlier, now I would like to briefly explain to you about an online learning course, the Disability Inclusive Teaching in Emergency, or in short DTEAM. This course is entitled as Responding to Educational Needs of Learners with Disabilities in Emergencies. This online learning course was a joint effort from UNESCO Bangkok, Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEAMEO Secretariat, funded by Global Partnership for Education GPE, and of course SEAMEO SEN as well as the coordinating parties. These self-learning online courses are designed and put in effort to support and give some insights and knowledge to all educators out there, and perhaps could be extended to other parties, such as the school administrators, parents or caregivers, in response to the current education hurdles that we all are facing right now. There are a total of 4 modules in this online learning course. They are Module 1, Stress Management and Psychosocial Support, Module 2, Utilizing Different Assistive Technologies, Module 3, Developing an Emergency Response Plans, and Module 4, continuity of learning. Now allow me to briefly walk you through on each of the modules. Firstly, the Module 1, Stress Management and Psychosocial Support. This module consists of 4 chapters that are structured to enlighten you on the effective interventions on stress management and strategies to provide psychosocial support to yourself as an educator and of course to your learners with disabilities. From this module, you will also gain competency in tapping others' potentials in assessing families at home, in school, and in the communities around them. Additionally, this module will elaborate on the benefits of these interventions for the well-being of learners with disabilities. Moving on, in Module 2, which is on utilizing different assistive technologies. To begin with, there are a total of 3 chapters in this module. You will learn about different types and functions of assistive technology devices and their benefits to the learners with disabilities. In addition, you will be able to determine the assistive technologies that are appropriate to your learners, as well as how you can modify or adapt those tools to facilitate the learning process of learners with disabilities. Next up, we have Module 3, that is on developing an emergency response plan. This module consists of 3 chapters that will equip you with knowledge and skills related to disaster risk reduction at school. Furthermore, this module will explain on how to mitigate the impacts on learners with disabilities following inclusive principles in emergency planning and response. This module also shares the comprehensive emergency response, emergency standard operating procedures, as well as safety rules which will help to accommodate the needs of learners with disabilities. And in Module 4, which is the final module, will be on the continuity of learning. In this 4-chapter module, you will be able to learn more about the importance of ensuring educational services which are continuously delivered and how a safe and inclusive space can be created. This module also identifies strategies in helping with remote learning transitions, the reopening of schools, apart from the best practices in supporting learners with disabilities as they prepare themselves to go back to school. All in all, we at SEAMEO SEN would strongly encourage all educators to explore further on these modules at your own pace, as we believe that they will empower and help educators in coping with the current situation and challenges. Hopefully, as a result, educators will be able to find the best ways and solutions in delivering educational services that learners with disabilities require. This online learning module is now accessible through website and mobile application called Iep Team course and available for public access. Please feel free to visit onlinecourse.seameo.org to browse through contents and materials of the online learning course. You will also be getting a certificate of completion from SEAMEO if you manage to complete the course in due time. So please give it a go, and personally I hope all educators will benefit from this initiative by implementing and translating it back to the community of learners with disabilities. Till then, I wish you all a good session for today and wish you all the best. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Haikal. Today, we are joined by 166 participants from Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, Laos PDR, and Brunei. How is everyone doing today? Please do type in the chat box where you're from and share with us. And hope that everyone is ready for these 3-day training sessions with our distinguished speaker. But before that, let us capture this wonderful moment together with everyone from Training and Consultation Division, from SEAMEO SEN, as well as from the speaker. So please turn on your camera, everybody, and we shall take a few pictures. If you're ready, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please do follow us on our social media, on our Instagram, our Facebook, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Now I shall move on to the training briefing. As this briefing is highly significant for all participants, we hope you pay close attention. Firstly, there will be no attendance form. Therefore, participants are required to change their username on screen with their full names as registered in MOE email so that our officers are able to take your attendance. Secondly, you are encouraged to engage or ask questions to the speaker in the chat box, but please be reminded to not use simplified words in your notes so that we can understand you better. Certificate of attendance will only be sent to participants who are in full attendance and have completed the participant form and evaluation questions, which will be given to you on the last day of the training sessions. Okay, the e-certificate will be sent to participants through email that has been registered within 14 working days, only if you have fulfilled the 3-day attendance. On the other hand, Certificate of Excellence will only be sent to participants who submit their action plan report with activities, photos related to the course within 2 months after the course ends. And this is also subject to review and approval from Head of Training and Consultation Division of SEAMEO SEN, as well as the Director of SEAMEO SEN. You can carry out your activities either in small or large groups, and don't worry, the sample of the action plan and report on execution will be shared through your registered email along with the evaluation link at the end of the training session. Notes will be emailed to you at the end of the training session after the 3rd day. However, only participants with full attendance for today, tomorrow, and day after, 3rd day, will receive the materials mentioned. And for our viewers on Facebook and YouTube, there will be no certificates given from SEAMEO SEN. However, we appreciate your attendance and support for joining us on these training sessions. Thank you all for your kind attention. Now moving on, here is the agenda for day 1. We look forward to this beneficial learning session with our speaker for today. And without further delay, please welcome our speaker for training entitled Preparation of Functional Individualized Education Plan, IEP for Students with Special Educational Needs, with Associate Professor Dr. Hasna Toran. Dr. Hasna, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, thank you.
Doctor, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to SEAMEO SEN for inviting me. We'll be together for 3 days. In Malay, we say bertabah lah, everybody. We'll be stuck with each other for 3 days. Before I go on, can everybody listen? Can everybody hear me well? Do I need to speak louder? Is it okay?
It's clear, madam.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. So, during lectures and during training, I prefer to have interactive communication, but since there are 166 of you, it will be very chaotic if everybody wants to say something at the same time. So feel free to write your questions or your comments in the chat box. I will not be able to read all your comments and questions, but Suhaila will hang out with us. Suhaila will be here for 3 days, and if you want me to answer a question, if Suhaila did not pick up your question, then keep on typing in the chat box and Suhaila will pick it up, and Suhaila will read the question to me, okay? So I'm very happy to be here with SEAMEO SEN, and to me, it is a great honor, but also it is going to be a big challenge because we have a very big group, 166, and we have how many countries, Suhaila? 6? Suhaila, how many
Yes,
countries?
doctor. Yes.
How many countries do we have?
We have 6 countries from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Laos, Brunei, and Philippines.
Right. And we're going to be discussing the individual education plan. And that is going to be challenging because in Malaysia, from my experience, I had one master student did his research, his master's research on IEP. And what he found was that in different states in Malaysia, teachers have different definition of IEP and different implementation of IEP. And within a state, you have districts. Different districts have different definition and different implementation. And in a district, you have schools. Different schools have different definition and implementation. And within a school, sometimes he found that different teachers have different definition and different implementation. So for your information, friends from the other 5 countries, the IEP is quite a big issue in Malaysia. And I suppose I'm not supposed to air our dirty laundry, but I'm going to be frank with everybody. I feel that the IEP is one of the biggest challenge in the special education field in Malaysia. And I think if we are able to straighten it out, we will see the quality of special education delivered to students in Malaysia at least will be greatly improved. Now, having said that, I personally am very curious to learn about how the IEP is being implemented in other countries. For your information, I have been to Brunei. I have worked with the Brunei Special Education Department. I visited a few special education schools in Thailand. What's the name of the city again that I was there? Oh my gosh, I forgot the name of the city. But what I found was that I think based on what I saw in Thailand, I have to say that special education is advanced, is more advanced in Thailand than in Malaysia due to several reasons. And I'm not that familiar with the special education in the Philippines and other countries. So I suppose today is not only you, all 166 of you who are going to learn a lot. I bet I'm going to learn a lot too. So let me start here. Let's have a look at our schedule and let me explain to you a little bit. Wait, let me see. I'm in my 50s and I'm going to use my age, my age as an excuse why I am not so agile with technology. Even at a younger age, I am not keen on, I'm not that keen on technology, but you have to go with the times, right? Right. Let me try again. Yeah. Give me a few seconds. Right. Hang on a sec. Let me see. There it is. Okay, can everybody see the schedule on my screen?
Yeah, we can see, doctor.
Thank you, Suhaila. I'm the type of person who needs people to respond to me. Right, here it is. Today will be, I'll be sharing 2 PowerPoint slides on the introduction to the individual education plan, even though I think almost everybody understand what the IEP is. I'll use this 2 slides for us to get on the same page. so that, you know, we might have different ideas of what the IEP is, but these 2 slides will get us on the same page. And then on the after 15 minutes break for slot 2, we'll be looking at the content of the IEP, because I still see teachers in Malaysia having different ideas of what should be in the IEP. Okay, and then we're going to go for lunch for 1 hour, and then after lunch we will break into groups, and it will be quite challenging because there's 166 of you. So what we will do is we will give you so Haila, are we going to put them in groups, or do they choose which group they will go into?
We will put them in groups, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, it will be based on their country this time
Yes.
around. Okay.
Yeah. Because I think you need to be in a group where you have similar issues and similar ideas. Then for the third slot, we will get you to analyze the type of IEP that you use in your country, in your school, in your states in Malaysia, and I'll ask you to identify what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses. And I hope that after the group session, we'll have maybe 30 minutes of group session. After the group session, I will invite a few groups to volunteer and present their IEP and present their analysis on the IEP. Because I think this way, we will be able to broaden our mind. We will be able to see, you know, how do they do the IEPs in the Philippines? How do they do their IEPs in Brunei? And I think it will be a very good learning opportunity for us. Now, having said that, my philosophy is when I do training is that I don't shove my ideas down people's throat. You know, I believe that, say, if you're from the Philippines, then you know your country better, you know your children better, you know your society better. So I don't think I can impose my ideas and my values upon you to use in your country. So if you're not from Malaysia, what you can do is you can perhaps take what are the good points, and when you practice, when you use the IEP in your countries, perhaps there are some good elements that you can add to your current IEP, and perhaps there are some weak links in your IEP that I can help you to improve. So feel free to take ideas and to refuse ideas if you want. And this is by no means what I'm trying to say is that the IEP that I'm going to present to you is not carved in stone. It's not something that everybody need to take 100%. And why do I say that? Not only do we differ in terms of our culture, in terms of our geographical boundaries, but also the children who we teach, they are very diverse. One of the reasons why we need IEP is because of the diversity of the children. And this is something that I will talk further later, okay? Right, for day 2, we'll be looking at the programmatic assessment. Quite a number of teachers, at least in Malaysia, they are not aware that the assessment that they do on their students need to be linked to the IEP. You cannot write your IEP based on what's in your head. You need to come up with an assessment tool, and then you need to assess children, and based on the information that you gather from the assessment, that's how you put together the IEP. So I hope that an hour and a half tomorrow will give us enough time to discuss programmatic assessment. And then for slot 2, we'll be looking at how do we write reports for students' current performance, and how do we set goals for them. As we know, within the IEP document, we have the long-term goal and we have the short-term goal. So, you know, how do we pick the goals specifically for each child? And that is something that we're going to discuss during slot 2 on day 2. And for the group work on the second day, again, I'll try and get you to get into groups. And if you already have assessment tools, you can share with your friends. And if there is like 10 or 12 of you in the group, you can all share what kind of assessment tools that you have. If let's say you're from Laos and your assessment tool is in your language, you don't need to translate. You don't need to translate. If you're from Thailand and your assessment tool is in Thai language, you don't need to translate. What you need to do is just perhaps explain what are some of the elements and constructs in the assessment tool. It will be a very good time for us to discuss assessments. Right. And then on the third day, we'll be focusing on the SMART principle. What is the SMART principle and how do we use it? How do we apply it in the IEP? And for the second slot of the third day, we'll be looking at how do we evaluate the IEP? How, after 6 months, how do we investigate whether the IEP that we have constructed and the IEP that we have implemented in the classroom has been working well, or perhaps it has not been working well. We need to do an evaluation, and that is what we are going to discuss during slot 2 of day 3. And for the final slot, I think the SEAMEO SEN team will take maybe half an hour, yeah, Suhaila, for the closing ceremony, I bet, at least half an hour. So we'll be left with an hour and a half. And if you want to get into groups and put together your IEP, if you find there's some good ideas from our 3-day workshops and you want to include that in your IEP, if you want to do some changes in your IEP, and if you want to volunteer presenting your IEP, and we can have discussion on your IEP. We can, I'm afraid we can't have everybody present the IEP. Maybe we'll have 3 to 4 because of time constraints. Okay, right. So that is the schedule for these 3 days. If you have any questions on the, I see there's a lot of comments on chat box, in the chat box, and I think it's all teachers introducing themselves, which is nice. We have Teacher Huda from Pekan Pahang, Teacher Shuhaida from Pasir Mas. Oh yeah, Lop Buri, yes. We went to Lop Buri in Thailand, I forgot. And I have a very good friend there. And he took us around. We visited 6 schools altogether. And once we are allowed to travel into Thailand, we are planning to go again because Thailand is just next door to Malaysia. And we are planning to go again to Thailand to visit special education schools there. And quite a number of special education teachers in Malaysia, when they hear about this, they say, Dr. Hasna, can I come with you? Well, inshallah. I think if you want to go for a holiday, why not make it an educational holiday? I bet we have friends in other countries who are more than happy to welcome us. And I have to say that I learned a lot during my visit to Thailand. Thank you, Teacher Nazmin, for reminding me. We were in Lop Buri. Thanks. So if you don't have any questions about our schedule, about the content of our 3-day workshop, I'll move to our first slide. And before I move to our first slide, can somebody comment in the chat box? I'll open the chat box. Do you understand my English? Is my English clear? I see people nodding. Now, you know, some people feel rather shy if they think that their English is not good enough. But you know, we are not native speakers of English. You know, we're not native speakers of English. It's okay if our English is not 100% correct. Even I sometimes. Do you know that I have a degree in English? My first degree is not special education. My first degree is English, and then my master's degree is actually in management. And after my master's degree in management, my first son was diagnosed with autism, so I had to switch. Back then, in what year was that? 1998. 1998 in Malaysia, people still have not heard what autism was. So I had no choice but to quit my teaching job and took a loan to go to the United States to do a PhD in early intervention. And I think it was a blessed decision. Was a blessed decision because I feel that special education is way more rewarding as compared to teaching English. Sorry, English teachers, but you know, working with the special kids is just magical. Okay, but anyway, I see that you say that my English is clear. Sometimes I have this habit of speaking too fast. And if you think that I'm speaking too fast and my words are all garbled, just comment then say, Dr. Hasna, can you slow down? Okay. I've been training the IEP, at least in Malaysia, for quite some time. And I found that in Malaysia, at least, I need to go slow with the content because teachers have lots of questions, and I'm planning to go slow within these 3 days too, because I want you to truly understand rather than, okay, let's go through the schedule and I don't care whether you understand or not. So if you find there are things that you don't understand, please do ask questions, and Suhaila will stop me and we'll try to answer your question. Right. I do tend to have a very long introduction, and I have to bear in mind that we have limited time, even though sounds like, 3 days, but the time will zoom really fast. Trying to look for my I'm trying to look for my PowerPoint. I swear I have it open, but I don't. So everybody, please give me time to, I thought I have it open, my bad. Okay, right, here it is. Right, I bet I'm the oldest here in this group. I'm 53. This November, I'll be 54. I bet I'm the oldest here. So everybody needs to excuse my my way of handling IT. Right, again, here we go. Right. So Haila, can you see my slide okay?
Okay, it's clear, but
Right,
okay.
thank you.
Now
Yeah, thank you
it's
very
on.
much.
Slide share.
So everybody, this is going to be a very basic overview about the special education system. And if you find that this is way too basic for you because you're way advanced, please bear with us, because I want to make sure those who are not aware about the basics in the special education system we can get them on the same page with us. Okay, so I hope to zip through these slides because they are the basic in special education system, right? So this is the special education system flowchart. This is how special education teachers should work. First, we need, whenever we have a student in our classroom, we need to do an assessment. We have to do assessment because we need to understand them. And then after we have done the assessment, we have gathered information about the student. And next, what we do is we write the individual education plan. And the individual education plan will be the blueprint of what we teach, of how we teach, of what we do in the classroom. So the IEP is like a blueprint, and then when we have the blueprint ready, we have our meeting with parents, and parents are given time to have a look at the IEP, and they agree with the IEP, the content of the IEP, and they put down the signature. Then we teach. That's the most important thing that we do, right? We teach, and as we teach, we monitor students' progress. We cannot just teach because these are special students, Whenever we teach, at the same time, we have to gauge whether they understand, whether they able to master, whether they are able to follow, whether they are able to execute our instructions. So we teach and we monitor at the same time. Teaching and monitoring at the same time, sometimes it is also called the formative assessment. Formative assessment means as you teach, you assess the child, and so that the next time you come into the classroom, you are able to improve the way you teach. Perhaps you need to change your teaching materials. Perhaps you need to change the way you introduce the topic to the students. And then after this cycle of teaching and monitoring students' progress, after 6 months in Malaysia, I suggest that this cycle should take 6 months. So in a year, we will have 2 of these cycles. So at the end of the 6th month, we should do an evaluation. We should have a look at the IEP document again, and we should see, have we achieved all the short-term and long-term goals that we have put in the document? Okay. After we have done the evaluation, then that is the time for the next IEP meeting with parents. Okay, so the next IEP meetings with parents, sometimes the evaluation goes together with the assessment, the cycle, and then you have a meeting with parents. Parents, you present to the parents what's the progress of their child in your classroom, what are the achievements of their child in your classroom, and then you present to the parents the next IEP for the next 6 months. So it goes in a cycle again. So in Malaysia, I suggest that we have this cycle twice a year. I have a friend in Northeast United States, and she said that she only writes IEP once a year. I disagree with her because I feel that now, you know, I'm a frank first person. I'm very honest. If you disagree with me, just comment in the chat. But I will say what I think. The way I look at it is that special education teachers in Malaysia are not that well trained as compared to special education teachers in the States. So perhaps special education teachers in the States, they can have this cycle once a year, but I would suggest for teachers, at least in Malaysia, to have these cycles twice, 2 cycles per year. Because I worry that if you write one IEP for the whole year, if you are not good enough, when your child is not, when your student is not showing improvement, you might be lost, you know, and you are not able to catch it. If you have your IEP every 6 months, then you are safe from making a mistake that will only take a year to rectify. At least that is my opinion on this matter. So my suggestion is twice a year. Right. So for assessment, why do we assess? We assess because we need to gather information regarding our students in order to build a program for her. What do we teach? How do we teach? You know, to identify students' strengths and needs, to identify students' long-term and short-term goals. We need to decide what are the students' long-term goals, and then from the long-term goals, what are the short-term goals, and we need to write the IEP based within the IEP. There's a section called students' current level of performance. So information that we get from the assessment will go to that section. And also we do the assessment so that it will help us to plan the teaching and the learning session, and also to identify effective teaching strategies. For example, when you do assessment and parents, and you thought that the student in your classroom, student A, is non-verbal because you have not heard her say anything. And much to your surprise, when you interview parents, or when you give parents a form for them to fill in to get information from them as part of your assessment, and you found out that, hey, you know, the child is actually verbal at home, then you find out it's not that the child is non-verbal, but the child is actually, has selective mutism. Now, if you don't know what selective mutism is the child will only speak whenever he feels safe or secure. So you have children who in school will not say a word, but at home they are chatter boxes. So these kind of issues, we call them selective mutism. Without asking parents, you would not have known that the child is able to have to be verbal, because you have never heard the child voice at all. So this is the reason why you need to do assessment. You know that the child has selective mutism. So what are your teaching strategies? Each time you ask question, you ask the child to answer, the child will not answer. So what are the teaching strategies to get the child to provide answers? Perhaps you can give the child choices, answers written on pieces of paper cards, For example, a yes or a no, and you ask a question and the child can answer yes or no, or you can give him, pieces of cards with the number 2 and number 4, and you ask a question, what is 5 minus 1? And he can use, the card to answer. You want him to be verbal, but you can't straight away force him to have speech. What you can do is to get him involved using cards for answers. Then when he's more comfortable, he feels more skilled, then we go and get him still using cards, but after a while we need we need to prompt him. Oh, the answer is 5. What's the answer, Aiman? 5. So you go step by step. So with this information, you can design your teaching strategies. Right. Next. Oh, I think. Right. Yes. So next, you write the IEP. So as I said, the plan is for 6 months. So therefore, you have 2 IEPs in a year, usually end of January. Early January, students will start schooling in Malaysia. And usually I tell teachers, you can take 2 weeks to do assessment, observation on the child. Either you interview parents on the phone, or you can invite parents for face-to-face interviews, or you can have questionnaires and parents can answer the questionnaires. You can have an online form with radio buttons that parents can answer, So you do that for 2 weeks. And usually the 3rd week or the 4th week, I advise teachers to have the IEP meetings. Now, I found that some teachers in Malaysia, they will take 3 months to collect information, to do the assessment, and they only have their IEP at the end of the 3rd month. My opinion on that is too slow. My advice is that give yourself 2 weeks for assessment. That means when school starts at the beginning of January, what you can do is that during November and during December, you can polish your assessment instrument, your questionnaires for parents, your observation skills. And let's say if the students are year 2 students, you can contact your colleague who taught the students in year 1. You can get the IEP files of the students from the year 1 teachers. In November and in December, you can start gathering information. In December, you can, or even November, you can start sending questionnaires to parents. If you think it's too early, okay, December. And by the second half of December, you already have a good rough idea of what kind of students you're going to get for the next year. So that's why you don't need 3 months to collect information. 2 weeks is enough, because I would prefer teachers to have the IEP ready as soon as possible and get it running as soon as possible. To me, 3 months is too long. Okay, so what's the content of the IEP? You have students' personal information, his diagnosis, his health issue, information about the parents, and then you have details of the IEP meeting. What kind of a meeting is it? Is it the beginning IEP meeting, or is it a biannual review? And then you have a section on students' current level of performance. This is very important. You need to know currently how is the student doing, so that you can link it to the long-term and the short-term goals that you have set up. Okay, so the assessment information and the report on the student's current level of performance and the student's goals, long-term and short-term, should have a link, should make sense. You know, when I teach my undergraduate students in special education, when I teach them to write IEP, they need to present, and I will ask them, you know, so let me give you a very simple example. I will say that, so from your assessment, and you write the same information in the section of students' current level of performance, you say that the child is not able to complete tasks. And you see that the child is only able to sit at his desk for 5 minutes. Yeah, the child is not able to sit for long to complete his task. So this is a very important skill. Why is it that you don't have this as one of the child's long-term goal? You know, if he is not taught how to sit down and focus and complete his tasks, if you don't teach, he is not able to do that. And if you don't teach him that, then he will not gain this skill year after year after year. And all the teaching and learning that is happening in the classroom, he might miss all of them, you know. So as I said, information from the assessment should be in the section on students' current level of performance. And based on that report, we picked out what are the important learning goals that we want to target for that 6 months. Okay, all right. And then, of course, you need to have signatures, not of the IEP. That's a mistake here. Signatures of the parents. Okay, and the IEP is also a tool not only to measure students' achievement, but also teachers and schools' accountability. Okay, I need to remind myself not to take too long, because we have a few more slides after this. We have 2 more slides after this. Okay, right. This is supposed to be a brief overview. Then we'll go deeper in our 3rd slide, I think. Okay, so the IEP meeting twice a year involve the IEP team members. When you say IEP team members, you mean the teachers aides, the parents, maybe the administrators in the school. In the US, the occupational therapists, the speech therapists, the autism specialists, the physiotherapists, if needed, they are all part of the IEP team members. I don't know about Laos or Philippines or Brunei or Thailand. I don't know who makes up your IEP team members, but in Malaysia at the moment, it's just the teachers, the parents, and the administrators. We do have occupational therapists in the Ministry of Education, but they are very few, and not many schools are able to access their service. Okay. And then during the IEP meeting, teacher brief parents of students' current level of performance and progress, and teacher explains the students' long-term and short-term goals. Parents sign the IEP document, and with the parents' signature, the IEP document becomes legal. In Malaysia, we don't have a culture of taking legal action against each other. You know, it's very rare. It's very usually the political folks do that. You know, so there's only been one case. There's only been one court case with a parent who's not two. I think I've heard only 2. There's only been 2 court cases of parents who are not satisfied with the services from the school for the special kids, you know. But usually parents don't take the school to court. But if a parent do take the school to court, then the IEP becomes a very important piece of evidence. Just to tell you. So the IEP is very, very important. Right. Next, of course, we teach. And I have to say that our 3 days together, we are not going to focus so much on teaching. We're focusing on preparing the IEP document. So teaching, of course, I want everybody to know, be familiar with the terminology, evidence-based practices, we need to be able to understand what practices are evidence-based and what practices are not evidence-based, because ethically we're not supposed to use mumbo jumbo when teaching our students. So we have to stick to evidence-based practices, and when we teach, we have to individualize our lesson to suit students' need. Again, I'm not familiar with the Philippines. I'm not familiar with Laos. Thailand, I've got a glimpse, and Brunei, I think I've visited a few schools. Most special education units, they don't have teachers teaching one-to-one. So when you don't have teachers teaching one-to-one, usually it's one teacher to 6 to 8 students, and sometimes if the teacher is lucky, there's an assistant in the classroom. So how do you individualize your lesson to suit the students' needs? So I would love to talk about that, but I can't because we have to focus on the IEP. It's doable. It's doable. There are certain strategies, but maybe next time. Okay. Right. And when we teach, of course, we need to apply suitable teaching strategies so that students actually do grow. Yeah. Right. And when we teach at the same time, we have to monitor progress. And when you read the literature on special education, you will come across the term formative assessment. Formative assessment, and when people talk about formative assessment, it's all about assessing as you teach, right? And then monitoring progress, we need to gather information so that we can improve our teaching and learning process, so that we can optimize students' progress. And it is done as teaching and learning take place, and data collection needs to be implemented, though we must remember that the data collection should not hinder teaching. When I mention data collection to special education teachers, I can hear groan, like, it's already a huge challenge to teach children who have ADHD, children who have lots of issues. And Dr. Hasna, you want us to take data, you want us to collect data, oh, no, can do, but I assure you it can be done. And data collection, how is it done? You need to simplify the data collection. I have a feeling that we'll be focusing on the assessment on the second day. Data collection, I think, will focus on the third day. Inshallah. Okay, right. God allows us, right? And the last one is evaluation. After our cycle, in our fifth month of teaching the child, we have to start our evaluation progress. And the main question that we need to ask is that, has the student achieved her long-term goal? The 6 months goal, has she achieved the goal? If the answer is yes, then the next question is, what are her new long-term goals? We have to set new long-term goals for her. If the answer is no, we have to investigate why has she not achieved those goals. Is it, and quite commonly, teachers will say that, the child's attendance to school has not been stellar. The child has health issues, and the child has not been able to come to school for long stretches of time, and sometimes that causes children not to be able to achieve their long-term goals. But having said that, teachers, you have to be reflective, and you have, if you're trying to achieve certain goals and you're not helping the students to achieve certain goals, my main advice to you is investigate and ask yourself, teachers, whether you need to go for courses, whether you need training in certain things. For example, some teachers, they might not be well trained in teaching reading, and after 3-4 months, sometimes they give up, or they don't give up, but students' progress is too slow. So, my advice to special education teachers is that never ever think that you know everything about special education. Even, me at the age of 53, I force myself to keep my mind open about learning new things, and among the major things that I need to learn is all the technology, you know. But still, when people have trainings, I listen, because if not, you know, you'll get rusty. So if you think that, you know, I don't think I'm good enough at teaching, you know, I have 8 kids in my classroom. At the end of the year, only 2 are reading, 6 are not reading. Are there any other strategies that I can use? You know, you need to keep on learning. And I think in ASEAN, we have this principle of lifelong learning for teachers. And for that, I think we have come, oh, I think this is our last slide, or our second last slide. Oh my gosh, I forgot to translate. Oh my gosh. So let me read out sorry, I think this is the only slide that I forgot to translate. So for evaluation, the objective of evaluation is to verify the information that you have gathered throughout the six months, to verify, you know, have they actually learned what they're supposed to learn, and you know, to verify what has been going on, and also to keep record of the students' progress and achievement, and also to make a decision whether the intervention plan need to be changed. And I think this is my last slide. Yep, I forgot to translate my last slide. Sorry, everybody. Now, let's take a breather. Let's take a breather before we move to our next slide. And we have half an hour left. We have 27 minutes left. Suhaila, are there any questions about the slide that I've presented? Suhaila has left. Doctor, what is your opinion? So let me read. Suhaila broke her promise. She said
So I'm not, no.
I thought you went to the bathroom or something.
I'm
Let's
still
see.
here,
There's one question. Suhaila, there's one question. What is your
there is.
opinion
About
about the lack of multidisciplinary specialists at such as occupational therapists, speech therapists, and others in our IEP team in the Malaysian school?
A great question,
It
actually.
is. And
I also have a question, actually. To prove that I didn't leave you, to prove that, I'm going to ask you some questions.
okay, let me answer this question first.
Sure.
So, I've been to meetings in Putrajaya, and this is going to be an honest answer. And again, it will be like, you know, airing our dirty laundry to our neighbors. I don't see schools getting enough speech therapists. I don't see schools getting enough occupational therapists in the near future. Just recruiting occupational therapists and speech therapists in special education it was really difficult. I think the special education department in Putrajaya spent many years just working to get those few numbers of occupational therapists and speech therapists that we have. And with the economy, a lot of people are saying that the economy is going to go down globally. I don't see, if you ask me in 10 years time, will we have enough speech therapists? We won't have enough speech therapists in 30 years time, because you know what, there are still some hospitals in Malaysia who have been waiting for speech therapists. You know, if hospitals don't get speech therapists, I don't think we will get speech therapists in school. Now, occupational therapists, there are more occupational therapists than speech therapists, but the thing is that policymakers in Malaysia don't really understand special education. So teachers, you know, I think I better stop there rather than, you know, airing more dirty laundry from Malaysia. So teachers, my view on it is that, you know, some of the stuff that you need to do for your children, they're not rocket science. The thing that speech therapy therapists do and the OTs do, they're not rocket science. They're something that you can easily learn and do in your classroom. For example, to get children to be verbal, you need to expose them to story reading, to singing, to dancing, to playing, and then you know certain strategies like using packs, using picture cards, and those are the things that you can learn. The problem in Malaysia, if you look at it, is that training for special education teachers is really difficult. The teacher training colleges, they focus on their students in the colleges. The lecturers in teacher training colleges, they hardly ever have the opportunity to train teachers who need in-service training. No. And we have the training division, bahagian latihan. And my question is that folks in bahagian latihan, in the training division, do they know the issues that special educators face? I don't think so. I don't think so. So my advice to you, if you think that you need to learn some strategies to promote students' communication and to promote students' adaptive skills and all that, you need to learn. You need to break the barriers, because I've heard teachers say that we are special educators. We are not therapists. You know, we are just talking about we're just talking about simple strategies. For example, if your student who's 8 years old cannot focus on tasks at hand, you want to help the child to increase his eye and hand coordination. He's not able to have eye and hand coordination. That's why he's not able to focus on his academic tasks. So what you can do is, go get bits of macaroni, pasta, buttons. You can get drinking straws, and cut them short, and you get soft wires. You take strings, strings, and teach the children to put the strings and the soft wires through the drinking straws, through the pasta, through the buttons. Don't tell me that you need to have a degree in occupational therapy to do those kind of exercises for your students. You have to break down barriers. I feel really disappointed when teachers say that we are not therapists. We're not asking you to be therapists, but we're just asking you to do simple tasks that you see teachers in early childhood education classes do. So yeah, so my short answer to that question is that I don't see that we will get all those specialists in Malaysian schools. So therefore, teachers, you need to really understand what is special education. If you are a special educator and you teach just like other teachers, the mainstream teachers using chalk and talk, then what is special about your profession? You're not a special educator. Okay, right.
Dr. we have other questions, and we have the feedback here from Miss Shanti, who says that getting all the teachers and parents coming together is a great challenge. Normally, it will be just one teacher meeting with the parent. Okay, we also have Puano Shahira here who asks a question. Doctor, if in a class have 4 special students, only 3 that needs extra help from teacher, so do we need to do IEP also for the remaining 1 student that high function?
That is a very good question. Everybody, as long as the child has a diagnosis or the child is categorized as at risk, students with diagnosis, it's very clear that they have issues, they have support. So all these students, doesn't matter whether they're high functioning or low functioning, they all need IEPs. And say if a child, the parents suspect that the child might have ADD or ADHD, but in Malaysia, it takes some time to get a formal diagnosis. Those children, we call them at risk for disabilities, at risk. Their disabilities have not been confirmed. They do not have diagnosis, but they are at risk. They also have the right to have IEPs. So if you have students, say, with autism, and the student is in the mainstream classroom, in an inclusive classroom with his typical friends, the child in the mainstream classroom also need to have an IEP. So doesn't matter where the child is placed, special education class or inclusive or wherever, as long as the child has a diagnosis and the child is considered at risk, all of them needs IEPs. And sorry, teacher Nur Shahira, based on your question, I have a feeling that your understanding of what an IEP is not the same as my understanding of an IEP. Okay, for those outside of Malaysia, please bear with us. I have met teachers, I have met special education teachers in Malaysia who think that the individual education plan is just like a daily lesson plan. So allow me to say this in Malay, then I'll translate it into English ya. Jadi, guru-guru di Malaysia, guru-guru pendidikan khas di Malaysia ada sebilangan yang berpendapat bahawa RPI itu adalah RPH, rancangan pengajaran harian yang diajar secara one-to-one. Jadi, dia buat RPH macam biasa. Jadi, RPH tu jadi RPI apabila diajar one-to-one. No. IEP is not a lesson plan. And IEP is not a lesson plan. When we look at, I'll show you examples of IEP, either today or tomorrow, you will see that an IEP is a plan for the child for 6 months, not for one period of teaching and learning. So if you think that an IEP is a lesson plan that you use to teach on a one-to-one basis, then your definition is wrong. If you ask me, Dr. Hasna, why do you think your definition of IEPs is correct? Well, the IEP originates from the US, from the IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and my definition of IEP follows the American definition of IEP. Okay, so Cikgu Nur Shahira, nanti kita tengok ya. Right, let's answer one or two other questions.
Yeah, there's one.
Should we start on our second slide, or should we start the second slide during our second slot? How do you feel? How teachers, 166 of you, if we say we share one or two slides from the PowerPoint and then we continue after the 15 minutes break, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I think we should go for a break, Doctor.
Right. Okay, let's have a look at this.
Okay.
Next question.
I guess.
Therapy for our student. Right. Teacher Faiza, we need a therapy for our students. As I said, we will not be able to get those specialists, the occupational therapies. I don't think we're going to get them in the next 10 years. So let's not put our hope waiting for the therapists to come, rather learn and implement in the classroom. Okay, right. Puan Yasmin is a speech therapist from Penang State Department. So how interesting, just to inform if need services. Right, that's a good sharing. Thank you very much, Puan Yasmin. So can everybody read Puan Yasmin's comment? Right. Okay. Yep. And my response to Puan Yasmin is that the speech therapists under the Malaysian Ministry of Education have to stop giving one-to-one services to students. Instead, the speech therapists need to train teachers on how to implement these strategies in the classroom. Because if you do one-to-one, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Dr. What if there is no handling team at school? Oh yeah, this is a good question. I want to start on the next slide, but we keep getting good question. So referring to teacher Anisa's question, what if there is no handling team at school? By right, you need to have an IEP meeting. IEP team, not meeting, IEP team. So in that IEP team, you will have the class teacher, you will have parents, maybe 1-2 parents, and then in the US, if the child is in the US, what they have is that they have speech therapists visiting the classroom once a week. They have occupational therapists visiting the classroom once a week. They have perhaps autism specialists. Sometimes they have behavior specialists coming, providing consultation to the teachers. So all these folks are part of the IEP team. But in Malaysia, we don't have that. So therefore, I think in Malaysia, the IEP team is made up of teachers, parents, the classroom teacher, and the subject teachers, and perhaps administrators, whether the senior assistant or even the headmaster. Okay, right. Thank you, Teacher Agnes. Teacher Marges said, morning, Dr. Iep for inclusive needs special educator, or do mainstream teachers? This is also another good question. So I think Teacher Marges is asking the IEP document for students who are receiving inclusive education in mainstream classes. Who writes the IEP document for the student? Is it the special educators or is it the mainstream teachers? I think the answer is it should be the special educators with the help of the mainstream teachers, because I have met quite a number of mainstream teachers and they are not trained in matters of special education. If the child has a diagnosis and the child is studying in the inclusive classroom and there is no special education unit in the classroom, then the mainstream teacher will have to write the IEP document for the child. But if there is a special education unit, I encourage the special education teachers to help write the IEP document. Because you know why? When a child goes to an inclusive classroom, that does not mean that the child should cut ties with the special educators in the school unit. You know, the child is in the mainstream classroom, but the special education teacher need to follow his progress, need to understand his needs, need to collaborate. The special educators need to collaborate with the mainstream teachers. There's no way you can just send the child to an inclusive classroom and wash your hand. No way. Because our mainstream teachers, not many are trained to understand special education. You still need to Suhaila, there's somebody, Gabby, who's in the waiting room.
Yeah, currently they are checking because we need to make sure that that is the participants that they are nominated. Yeah.
Right. So that's the answer to Teacher Mage's question. Yeah, RPI and RPH is not the same. So if you have been thinking that they are the same, today you will be able to learn. Yeah, right. Where is it? Let me see.
No, Amira, RPI and RPH is not the same.
Yeah, and then is it Teacher Safura? Just my opinion. Hope once weekday KPM will give a chance to special education. Right. Oh, actually, Teacher Safura, they tried to have this, and it didn't work out. Not to look down on your opinion, but I have to say that I disagree. Teachers do not have to have degrees in occupational therapy or a master's degree in occupational therapy. Teachers just need to know how to integrate certain strategies into their lesson. Because you know what, if you do a degree, if a special educators do a degree in occupational therapy or a master's degree, the perspective is different, because special education is a look at things from the educational point of view, but occupational therapists, they have the medical point of view of looking at things. So it's not a good idea. Is that okay, Puan Zafura? I have to disagree with you. Okay, Nang Suryani, right. Thank you. And Nur Atika, agree with you, Safura. We are trying our best. Teacher Nur Atika, I think what we need to do is that we need to have more training for teachers. And one of my suggestions to the special education department, you have quite a number of lecturers in the teacher training college. Perhaps we can start, bahagian pendidikan khas or the teacher training college can start a YouTube and, just get one lecturer to have a 15 minutes video once a week. And as you go through, in a year, you have lots and lots of videos with information shared by the lecturers from the teacher training college. With technology nowadays, it's so easy, but you know, we need to keep pushing. And when I talk about teachers not being well trained, some teachers get angry with me, but it has to be said. I'm not pointing fingers at teachers. I'm not saying negative things about teachers. I'm not saying that teachers are lazy or teachers are not having any initiative. What I'm trying to say is that Malaysian Ministry of Education, please have more training courses for our special educators. When I say that our special educators are not well trained, I'm not pointing fingers to teachers. I'm saying that, you know, the ministry, please have more training for our teachers. And I'm really glad that SEAMEO SEN is pitching in, providing training. I'm really grateful for that. In my school, we have the multidisciplinary specialist center, and they put us very beneficial to write the Iep, but to get an appointment is a bit difficult. So I agree. Yeah. Thank you very much, Teacher Shanti. Yasmin, totally agree with you. Yeah. And I think the speech therapists, you have a huge role to play in special education in Malaysia. Oh, Cikgu Farida, RPI is the term in Bahasa Melayu. In Malay, we call rancangan pendidikan individu. In English, it is called individual education plan. It's the same thing, but just different language, yeah? Right. Teacher Agnes. Okay, yeah, agree. We need to find ways. Maybe through SEAMEO SEN in the future can get OTs to do training, not to make teachers, special education teachers become OTs, but to help special education teachers to integrate some strategies into their teaching and learning process. Okay. That's wow, that's 18. Do I have to read all, Suhaila?
We're gonna go for a break in 6 minutes time, Doctor.
So I'll just go through.
Yeah.
Teacher Rogaya, 3 times a year. 3 times a year is okay, but perhaps because if you have it 3 times a year, then you have to meet the parents 3 times a year. That might be a heavy workload for you. So I think 2 is just nice. But if your school administrators insist on 3, that's fine. Okay, but I think 1 is a bit dangerous. 3 is a heavy workload. 2 is just nice. That's my opinion. Okay, right. Okay, and then Teacher Rogaya, Teacher Muhammad, Teacher Nur Atika. My mouse is cranky. It's not moving. Let's see. Right. Wow. Yeah. So I think we can perhaps stop 5 minutes early. And the next lot is at what time, Suhaila?
10:45, Doctor.
10:45. Is that okay with everybody? Any other question?
Yeah,
No?
I do.
Suhaila has any question. So we have 5 minutes to answer Suhaila's
I'm
question.
just curious, Doctor, because earlier you mentioned that there's a teacher who prepared the Iep only once a year.
In
right?
the US, yes.
US. So what was the reason or rationale for that?
Because she thinks that once a year is enough.
Mhm.
And I know that her team is really excellent. When I was doing my doctoral degree in the US, my son was in the special education system. And in my son's schools, they have Iep twice a year. So that was in the Oregon state. My friend at that time, I think she was working in New York State, and in her school they decided to just have once a year. I believe that when you have twice a year, you will have, when you start your Iep in January, then you will have one evaluation in June or July, and the evaluation will be a really good way for you to catch if there are any weaknesses in the way you implement Iep. And some teachers are scared to meet parents because you have to present the parents and say that, oh, this is the Iep document that we agreed upon last January, And now I'm going to report to you. Now it's end of June or early July, and I'm going to report to you what have we achieved the long-term goals or not. And what if you have not achieved any of the long-term goals? You will be very, very embarrassed to see the parents, right? But you know what? Knowing that you'll be meeting the parents, reporting to the parents midway throughout the year, either end of June or early July, is really good to keep you on the toes.
Yeah.
So you try you try to strive better to get your children to achieve the long-term goals, and rather than being in a comfort zone for the whole year, and then wow, November I have to see the parents, and my plan has gone haywire and there's no way I can salvage my plan. So that's the thing. And I think second slot on the third day, I'll be teaching you how to prepare the document for the evaluation. Like you're reporting learning objective 1, learning objective 2, learning objective 3. Have the child achieved it or not? Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the sharing. So we have one more sharing, just one last one, Doctor.
Mhm.
Abdul Aziz here would like to share on his research on IEP.
Mhm.
He says that currently I am working on a qualitative narrative study entitled If One Size Does Not Fit All, Why Do Teachers Fail to Develop IEP? Voices of Filipino SPED Teachers. Preliminary revealed that Filipino teachers perceive IEP as not for all learners with disabilities, only for students receiving one-to-one instruction, and cannot be done without the multidisciplinary support team. Lesson plans like IEP, LP replaces IEP. Yeah.
Oh, so based on Teacher Aziz's input, it seems that the issues in the Philippines is quite similar to the issues in Malaysia. So interesting. Teacher Aziz, once you have written your thesis, if you write any articles, do share with SEAMEO SEN. Do share with me. It's very interesting. It is very interesting. And you know what? I think your finding is quite similar to the findings of my master's student. And I have one master student has completed his study on the IEP, and I have two more master students working on the IEP. Wow. Let's have a look at point 1. Not for all learners with disabilities. Yeah. When I first started working in this university, what year was that? 2007. At that time, I've met teachers who teach students with hearing impairment, deaf students who say that, oh, the IEP is only for students with learning disabilities and not for deaf students. I disagree. Because in the IEP, there's a section where you can write about exam accommodations. If you have students who are deaf and they are sitting for the major public examinations, and you want to make sure that they do get their accommodations during the exam, you need to have the documentation in the IEP. So, if your students who are deaf, they can follow the national mainstream curriculum well. Do they need an IEP? Yes, they do need an IEP. They do. It's for everybody. Point number 2, only for students receiving one-to-one instruction. How many students can receive one-to-one instruction? Not many. Okay, right. Number 3, cannot be done without the multidisciplinary team. So it's very clear that the teachers need extra training. And I think point number 4 is just what we say in Malaysia, where teachers think the RPH is an RPI, taught one-to-one. Okay, right. By the way, I'm blind. That is why I'm sad about the findings. Well, I am sad about many things because my son with autism is now 27 and he has not stepped one day into the government school. That's why I think I work hard so that things will improve in special education in Malaysia. And if you ask me, Dr. Hasna, what is the hope for special education in Malaysia? My answer is the special educators. If we can get the special educators with equip them with the best information, with the latest knowledge, the latest skills, to me, I think the special educators in Malaysia, they're like Ferraris, but they're kept in the garage. They're really passionate, and they want to do great things for their students, but somehow, with not adequate training, they cannot be the Ferraris that they are. So we better stop here and
Yes,
and yeah. So
So-
I'll just we don't leave. We just switch off our
Camera.
camera. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye everybody. We'll see you again at 10:45 or 10.
Oh, 10:47, 10:48. She will
Yeah,
be.
yeah. Okay
See you,
then.
Doctor.
See you
Bye-bye.
everybody. 166 of you and some on the list.
Yeah,
See you later.
185
Bye.
including us. Bye. Assalamualaikum. Everyone okay? Did everyone have a short break? Toilet break, coffee break? And to all those teachers who share their experience and shared all the kind words as well as questions. Thank you so much. We look forward for more active participation from the teachers. We may not be able to read all, but we appreciate, we acknowledge your contribution in making these training sessions more meaningful to everyone involved. Hi, Teacher Nang Suryan. Nang Suryani. Okay, we just wait for our speaker to come back.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm a
It's okay.
few minutes late. I'm working from home, so I was giving instruction to my daughter about meals, lunch, and all that. Right. So we're going to move to our next slide. Again, you know, during the first lot, I was planning to show 2 slides. And I think that is an example of how ambitious I am. I thought that I can cover 2 slides in that time span, but seems that not enough time. There wasn't enough time, and I have a feeling that I might have to be less ambitious for the second slot as well. And it's a reminder for myself not to try and cram too many things. Wait, give me 1 second, yeah.
Okay, doctor.
I'm trying to make myself comfortable for the next slot, which is quite long, kan? Right.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Our next slide is Introduction to Individual Education Plan. Right. Okay. Does that look good, Suhaila?
Yes, doctor.
Okay then. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Peace to everybody. I hope that we can take it easier this time around because the content is going to be heavier. The next slide is an introduction to the individual education plan. And for the Malaysian teachers, the individual education plan in Bahasa Melayu is known as Rancangan Pendidikan Individu. Tadi ada komen kan, yang kata IEP tu macam RPI. IEP is RPI. IEP is RPI, okay? Right. So, our first slide. Bear with me, I might spend a lot of time on this slide. Whenever I teach my students, especially the undergraduates, you know, we are introducing them to special education, I always tell them that if there is only one thing that you can remember from my lecture, you know, I hope that they can learn many things, but if they can only learn one thing, I want them to learn, I want them to understand that students with special educational needs are diverse. Okay, for the teachers in Malaysia, diverse itu adalah pelbagai. Murid berkeperluan pendidikan khas adalah sangat pelbagai. They are so diverse, you know. For example, you know, a good example would be students with autism. As you know, autism, we have the spectrum. You have students with autism who have the comorbidity of intellectual disabilities, and you have students with autism who have high IQ, who are savants, you have students with autism who are verbal, who can talk well, and you have students with autism who are non-verbal, just looking at autism. And then sometimes you have students who are blind who also have autism. And sometimes you have students who are deaf who really cannot hear anything. There are some students with some ability to listen to certain sound, and you have some students who are deaf and who also have intellectual disabilities. So they are very diverse. When students are diverse, this is one of the main reasons why they need the individual education plan. Because I'm referring to the Malaysian scene, everybody. And if you feel that there are similarities to what I'm sharing, or if you think that there are differences, what you can do is you can comment in the chat box, okay? Now, in Malaysia, we have the mainstream national curriculum, the curriculum that is used by all the children in school, primary, secondary school, okay? And then we have the special education curriculum. We also have learning standards. In Malaysia, it's known as the DSKP, Document Standard. K itu apa cikgu? Document Standard. P is for pendidikan, and we also have modules built by this group of lecturers, academicians, and all that, and also commercial modules. Okay, so we have all this input, and we say that, oh, you have to use the curriculum to teach the children. If the students have a disability but is able to follow the mainstream national curriculum, the student can either be in an inclusive class or in the special education class, but they're supposed to follow this mainstream national curriculum. There are also students who can follow the national curriculum, but they have to be in the special education classes. They still need help with, say, behavior or understanding certain social norms, say. And there are also students in the special education classes who cannot follow the mainstream curriculum. They can only follow the special education curriculum. And there are also some students in the special education classes who are not even able to follow the special education curriculum. Their level of performance, of ability is too low, so low that they don't even touch the baseline of the special education curriculum, and quite a number of special educators, when the special needs students are not able to follow the special education curriculum, some teachers who are not well trained, they are at loss, like, what do we do? Is what we are doing now okay? Will we get reprimanded by the school inspectorates? They worry about that. But the thing is that students are so diverse. Sometimes you can take a few items from the national curriculum, you can take a few items from the special education curriculum, you can take a few items from the DSKP, and maybe from commercial modules. And what you need to do is you need to curate. Now, of late, I really like the word curate. Curate gives you a sense of building something with care, with finesse, and you're being very careful about it, and you're creating something that is unique just for that child. I like the word curate. So a teacher need to curate a program for a student in her classroom. Say, for example, now the student is very intelligent. By right, according to his cognitive skill, he might be able to go to the inclusive class to learn with his typically developing peers. But because the child has severe anxiety issues, the child will not be able to bloom in the inclusive classes. Has such huge anxiety issues that the child need to be in the special education classroom. Okay, and due to his terrible anxiety issues. Even though he can follow the mainstream curriculum, there are certain subjects that the teachers opt for special education curriculum because, let's say, maths, he gets so anxious about maths that you have to lower, that he's able, but you have to lower down the level of maths that you're teaching him due to his severe anxiety issues that he have. So you don't know what kind of students that you get. Cognitively they might be okay, but they might have issues like anxiety. Cognitively they are not okay, but they are very diligent and they're very compliant, and you can just go along very easily teaching them. There are some children who are so challenging in the primary school, they still have aggressive behaviors that you need to take care of. This is the reason why you need an IEP, because with an IEP, as I said, you can curate a unique, individualized program specifically for that child. And even though I use sophisticated words like curating and unique and individualized, it's not as difficult as you think it is. My main job as an academician is, of course, I train future teachers, and I train teachers who are doing their masters and doctoral degrees. But in my research, I like to produce tools and instruments and modules that can help teachers. One lesson that I learned when I produce modules and instruments and materials is that for teachers to use whatever that you have produced and not to have your products be a white elephant, is to make sure that the products that you produce for teachers are as simple and as easy as possible. Why? Because teachers are very, very busy. If you think that, oh, you want to make it so sophisticated so that it looks impressive, there's a big chance that teachers won't use them because it's too time consuming. It needs too much, figuring out on the teacher's side. So it has to be like BTS, the K-pop band says, it has to be smooth like butter. Itu Dr. Hasna pun cakap tentang K-pop. my daughter listens to K-pop. Okay, right. So policies on the IEP. I would love to hear comments from our friends in the Philippines, the Brunei, Thailand, Laos. What policies do you have on the IEP? In the US, they have the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004, and the idea of 2004 states that each individual who receives special education and or related services in an educational setting must have a current IEP in place to receive services. So if they are in special education, for them to get services, they need to have an IEP. So there you go. So IEP is not just for students with learning disabilities. IEP is not just for students who are receiving instruction one-to-one. It's for everybody who are in special education and also inclusive education. Now, in Malaysia, we have the Special Education Regulation of 2013, and this regulation states that special education teachers are required to prepare IEP for each special needs students. Okay, right. So do write comments in the chat box. What policies do you have on the IEP in your country? Right. So simple definition of what an IEP is a written plan. Now in Malaysia, there are some teachers who have their IEP online. Even though it's online, you still have to write it, right? So it's either whether it's printed or whether it's online, it's a written plan. It needs to be individualized. That plan is specifically for one child and built according to the student's strength and need, and it has to be endorsed by parents. Parents have to sign the IEP document. Okay. Now, functions of IEP. The function of IEP is as a guide to students' teaching and learning. in the teaching and learning process, what we do, we get the guide from the IEP, and we use the IEP to plan the teaching and learning process, and we use the IEP as a managing tool for the overall teaching and learning progress. For example, say if you teach students with vision impairment, and the students need brailing machine, and of late you might see an increase in number of the students, and you find that you don't have enough brailing machines. So what you need to do as a teacher, because it's stated that they need to learn using the brailing machine, so therefore the IEP becomes a document that you can use as the reason why you are applying for the school to purchase extra numbers of brailing machine. So the IEP is really very useful. It's really very useful. And the IEP can also be a managing tool for when you apply for accommodation services, when students sit for public exams, and it can also be a managing tool. For example, if you're teaching 16 and 17-year-old students with disabilities, and they are not they're not taking the college pathway, you don't think that they'll make it to enter academic college, you are preparing them for vocational skills, preparing them for jobs after school, or maybe to go to a vocational college, and you have, say, 20 students, and your cooking room has only 2 stoves. So you say that, for 20 students, 2 stoves is not enough. We need at least we need to have 4 more. I don't know. I don't teach vocational, so I'm just giving you an example. Okay. We need 4 more stoves. We need 4 more ovens. We need more food prep tables, So the IEP is used as evidence why you need certain tools in the school. This is what we mean when we say that the IEP can be a managing tool to the overall teaching and learning process. It can be used as such, okay? Right. But more importantly, the IEP is used to monitor students' progress, because quite a majority of our students cannot take the paper and pencil test. Or even if you talk about now in Malaysia, the hype is the classroom-based assessment. Classroom-based assessment, we're doing away with tests and exams. But the thing is that quite a number of our students, even with a classroom-based assessment, we need sometimes to use observations to measure their progress. So the IEP will specify to you what kind of assessment is suitable for the student. So the IEP can be used to monitor students' progress and to evaluate her achievements, and more importantly, to evaluate teachers and schools' accountability. Now, I'm sorry to the Malaysians. I'm going to give you examples, and it has to be Malaysian examples because this is what I'm familiar with. I have a few teachers who come to me, and friends in Thailand, in Laos, Brunei. You tell me whether you have the same issues or not. I have parents who complain to me and say that, Doctor, my child has spent 3 years in the primary school, year 1, year 2, year 3. My child is still not able to read, though he can identify a few letters, a few alphabets. He's not able to read. I wonder, what do the teachers teach in his classroom? Because he doesn't have any workbooks. He doesn't have any exercises. I see pieces of papers in his bag, coloring, joining the dots. So how do I know that teachers are doing their job well? So, of course, my first question would be, do you attend IEP meetings twice a year? And the parents would give me a blank stare and say, what's an IEP? RPI tu apa, doktor? What's an IEP? So when parents don't know what an IEP is, don't even know, of course, they have not attended any IEP meetings and they don't know that their child has an IEP, and they don't know what is it that teachers are working on for their children. So the IEP is a very important tool to evaluate teachers and schools' accountability. I have one special education teacher. Now, I'm airing all this dirty laundry, but it's really important so that we understand the use of the IEP. Now, she's a special educator, and she was taking my master's class in special education, and I think that class was assessment and evaluation in education. That's the name of the course, assessment and evaluation in education, focusing on special education. And other teachers were saying to me, doctor, you have some children who can't really do anything. Some of the teachers were saying that we have tried everything, we have tried everything, but the child can't do anything. 2-3 of my students were saying that. And this student of mine, who's a mother of a child with special needs, I wasn't sure, was it autism or learning disability or ADHD, because she herself was not sure of the diagnosis. So she cried, she cried, she had tears on her face, and she said that, doctor, my son was in special education in primary school for 6 years. He was not able to read. And when he was in year 2, in Malaysia, we have 6 years of primary education, and then we have 5 years of secondary education. We don't have middle school. I think the Philippines, you have middle school because you follow the American system, okay? So she said that when her son was in the second year of secondary schooling, she was really upset, and she said something needs to be done. So she sent her son to a center nearby their home. And within a few months, the son was able to read, and with tears on his face, on her face. And she said that, I sent my son to a special center, and within a few months, my son is able to read. So I questioned, what is it that special education teachers do in school? She was very emotional at that time. And as a parent, her question is valid. She has the right to ask teachers, what is it that you do in school for my child? You are getting paid by the government, and I'm a taxpayer. So I have the right to ask you, what do you do in school? What is it that you want to work on my child? So that is why we have the IEP, so that parents are clear on what is it that their children are learning in school. Okay, and the IEP can also become a platform for school, teacher, and parents collaboration. Is an excellent. For example, if you have a child who's showing negative sexual behaviors, like masturbating in the classroom, or beginning to touch his friends who are female, or beginning to touch inappropriately his female teachers, you need to do something about that. And you might want to call the parents, either during IEP meetings, or if it's an emergency, then you can have an emergency with the parents, and you say that, we've been collecting data. He has been doing inappropriate touch almost every day, and we need to stop it. And we are going to propose a plan of what we are going to do in school, and we are going to propose a plan for parents to do at home. Because behaviors, to tackle behaviors, is not enough for teachers, only teachers to focus on it. It's very difficult. Behaviors, to teach new behaviors, to teach replacement behaviors, to modify children's behaviors. If you don't engage parents, this is what we do in school, do the same thing and do this as well. If you don't collaborate with parents, it will be very, very difficult, because I always say that special educators do not have magic wand. Parents, you have one special child at home and you are not able to control your child's behavior. Why do you think I can control your child behavior when I have 7 other students? Yes, I'm trained in special education, but I don't have magic powers. And this is the reason why you need to collaborate. There's no way teachers can do it alone or with the colleagues. Okay, right. Okay, how to the black bar is blocking my, let's see if Suhaila, can you read the title for me? I'm just checking whether Suhaila is awake. Oh, let me see. I have to go back. Suhaila. There. Suhaila is not awake. See, I caught her. And then she'll come, no, doctor, I'm around. Okay, so the title is How to Implement the Iep. Okay, to implement the Iep, gather students' information through an assessment. You do the assessment first. There, I caught you. I caught you, Suhaila.
I went to top up my drink, sorry.
Yeah, and I was about to say that you owe me a coffee. Go to Food Panda on your phone and order me a coffee now.
Sure, okay.
No, I'm just joking.
What were you saying, doctor?
No, it's okay. I was just asking you to read me because my black bar is blocking me. Okay.
Actually, we have a question, doctor, from in the YouTube channel. Okay, because we do have viewers there. So this one viewer from Morocco.
Wow.
Yeah, is asking on strategy, on research and recommendation on resources for strategy in students for with hearing impairment. Yeah. So
the question is rather out of our topic, don't you think?
Yeah.
We have 3 days. That sounds luxurious, but I think time is going to fly really fast. So thank you for the question, but we have to focus on the IEP. Yeah. Right. For information for our friends who's not in Malaysia, for your information, Suhaila is in Malacca and I'm in Sepang, and that is almost 2 hours away. Yeah, Suhaila. Yeah, but nowadays with technology, you can send your friends lunch. Hint, hint. You can send your friends coffee. Hint, hint.
No problem.
No. I'm just joking. Okay, right. Let's get back to our PowerPoint slides. So how to implement the IEP? Of course, you have to have the assessment, and assessment. Not only do you gather the information within your classroom, but you can also include parents, you can include other teachers, you can include last year's teachers, you can include the canteen lady, you can include the cafeteria lady, you can include the school security guard. So you try to get as comprehensive as possible information on your child, and next you write the IEP, and then you carry out the IEP meeting, and then during the IEP meeting you allow parents time to go through the IEP document at home. Usually when I train teachers, I say that let the parents take home the IEP document so that perhaps they want to have further discussion with their spouses. And once they are happy, they sign, and then they can return the signed document to you. Give them two copies. One copy they can keep, and the other copy they sign. We need the signature and return it to the teachers. And some parents, they say that, oh, would you like to take the document home? No, teacher, you've explained everything very clear, and I agree. If I take the document home, I might lose it. So they will quickly sign the document and return to the teacher during the IEP meeting. If you ask me, how long should the IEP meeting be? Between 30 to 45 minutes. So if you have 8 children in your classroom, you might want to set appointments with the parents, 30 to 45 minutes. If the parents don't have a lot of questions, if the child is doing well, there's not much clarification that you need to make to the parents. Sometimes it can go as quickly as 20-25 minutes. But my experience is that parents, it's very difficult for them to find people who not only understand their child but also are invested in their child education. It's very difficult for them to find people who are like that, interested in their child's education and invested in their child's education. So what happened is that they like to keep on talking and talking about their children, sometimes they just, share stories about their child at home, and sometimes some teachers, when I sit with them in IEP meetings, they want to cut the parents short because they want the parents to focus on the IEP meeting. And when teachers cut the parents short, I'll give a kick under the table. I'll kick the teachers' foot because sometimes again, IEP meetings can be therapeutic for parents, therapeutic for parents because it's not easy for them to find people who are interested in their child's education. And if they feel that they want to share about, oh, now the child can perform the daily prayers, the 5 daily prayers at home, the child can now read certain verses from the Quran, they're happy about that. Oh, now, after meals, my child will take the plate and put it in the kitchen sink rather than just leaving it on the dining table. If it is therapeutic for the child, for the parents, just zip your lips and listen to them, and just make sure that you have to be skillful enough to make sure that it's within 45 minutes because you have other parents to meet. Okay, and of course, get the parent's signature and teach, monitor progress, and carry out evaluation. So this is how you implement the IEP, right? It's not moving. It's stuck. Let me exit and let me try to share again. My forward button is not working. Let me see.
Well, pardon, madam, can I ask a question right now or after you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I might have a question like when step 3, how to handle when the parent reject to allow, because exactly in rural area in
so
Thailand.
The parents do not agree with the document.
Yeah, so sorry. And then when we visit homes, but we take all around and have assessment already, but they reject to helping from government, from the other organization. They reject because they feel like, yeah, I can hold it like it. How to be handle it?
Right, that's a very good question. Actually, that's a very good question. Now, in IDEA, the American policy on special education, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, they have 6 major principles, and one of the major principles is the IEP. So the IEP is considered very, very important, and all children with disabilities must have an IEP. There's another principle within that 6, which is just as important, and it is known as the procedural safeguard. Let me write this here. Let me write this in the chat box. I'll write in capital letters so that you can read it well. Procedural, and I'm afraid that it's in the chat box. Have a look at the chat box. I'm afraid that I did not write about this procedural safeguard. If you ask me why, let me share with you my experience.
Doctor?
I started. Yes, I am.
It's not in the chat box yet.
It is not.
Is it for everyone or did you
Oh my
direct
gosh.
message?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Maybe I'll spell it and Suhaila type it. I don't know where it goes to. Oh yeah, it goes to SEAMEO SEN. Let me type it to everybody.
Everyone, yeah.
Yeah lah, sorry lah, 53 years old. Okay, I'm using that excuse.
It's okay.
I use procedural, SAFEGUARDS, procedural safeguards. Now you can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Suhaila, for telling me. Okay, so the procedural safeguard is really very important. Say, just like Mr. Chaipatana just now asked me, if the parent disagree with the IEP, what happened? Then the teacher should try her very best to get the parents to agree by explaining the child's current performance and why you have this kind of learning goals. And if you are able to show the link between the information gathered in the assessment to the report of the child's current level of performance to the goals, if you can make it very clear, if parents are still not agreeable, I think the problem is with the parents, right? But teachers have to try as best as possible. Now, if the teachers have tried her best, still the parents are not agreeable, according to the procedural safeguard, somebody within the school need to step in as the third party. So you have parents, you have teacher, most probably the headmaster or the special education head of unit will need to step in and try and figure out, perhaps, rephrase what the teachers have said to get the parents to understand. Well, if the parents still disagree, then according to the procedural safeguard, the school need to get somebody from outside the school to become the third party, to become a mediator. And usually in the US, what they do is they will either get somebody from the local district education office, or they will get somebody from the local non-governmental organization to step in. And with the American schools, when parents take the school to court, is going to cost the education system a lot of money, because the local educational office need to hire lawyers, and that is thousands and thousands of dollars. So they work very, very hard to make sure that the school is not taken to court. So they have layers of procedural safeguard, third party within the school, third party outside the school, and third party outside the local education office. So you have that, because you need to make sure that the thing is that when we want to make sure that children get the best education that they can get, so we need to have a system where we can check teachers' accountability. So the mechanism to check teachers' accountability is the IEP through the parents. So we cannot say that, let's not give the parents the rights to query and to ask, because parents act as a mechanism for to ensure that the children get as best education as possible. But if parents are not reasonable, then we have the procedural safeguard. But let me share with you my personal experience with the IEP. I got a big grant, research grant from the university that I'm working in 2009 to start a research entity called the Autism Learning Lab. That was in 2009. And at one time, we have almost 20 students with autism in our lab, and every 6 months we have IEP meetings with them. And then in 2014, I was sent to Genius Kurnia. Genius Kurnia is an organization under the Malaysian Ministry of Education, and it's a specific center to provide early intervention for children with autism. And in Genius Kurnia, at one time, we have up to 530 students with autism. Okay, we have 530 students with autism in Genius Kurnia. And 2009 to 2014, I was in Makmal in the Autism Learning Lab with 25 students. And from 2014 till 2020, I was in Genius Kurnia with like 530 students who need IEPs twice a year. And you know what? I have never had any problems with parents disagreeing. I'm not bragging, I'm not bragging. Never. I've had parents complain, a few parents complain, but never about the IEP. So definitely the IEP is doable. Okay, let me go back to the slide. So the answer is the procedure.
Okay, I already clear, but from a point of view, can I claim the legal? Because exactly like we should like convince speech to all of them, like give convince speech to all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, by legal. Yeah, if you don't disagree, because like no one left behind, we can claim that like you should like.
Ajan, allow me the opportunity to explain further. I think we can have this discussion again on the third day, because you need to understand how I propose the IEP to be implemented. Then perhaps you'll have a clearer idea. Okay, Ajan? Thank you very much, Teacher Chai Patana. Right, his question is really good, and it made me realize that I did not include slides on the procedural safeguard. So, thank you to Teacher Chai Patana. I think he gave me an opportunity to share about the procedural safeguard. I did not put it in. I think mainly I should, but I did not put it in. I think because I never had problems with IEPs. Right. So let's hope my slides are working better this time around. So what do we have? Suhaila is not working. Oh, there it is. Okay. Right. So the next slide. What do we have in the IEP? Okay. As I've said before, students' personal information, meeting details, students' current level of performance, students' long-term and short-term goal, name of the IEP members, parent signature. And don't worry, I hope we have time. I'll show you two samples of IEP documents, one that is blank and one with information. Yeah. Right, so this is the content. And then for students' personal information, yeah, name, date of birth, gender, language, diagnosis, health issues that he has. Perhaps he has issues with allergies or issues with maybe seizures. You need to have those information. Placement means where's the child placed in the special education PPKI in Malaysia. The special education class is known as PPKI, or whether he is placed in the inclusive class, or could it be a home program? That's very rare, but we do have 1 or 2 students who have home programs. So that's placement. And details about the parents: name, telephone number, email, and physical address. And details about the meeting: the date of the meeting, the type of the meeting, what kind of a meeting it is. When you look at the blank form that I'm going to share with you, then you'll see what types of meetings we have. You have the date of the IEP meeting. You also need to have a date when the IEP starts, when the IEP should be implemented in the classroom, and a tentative date for review. When are we going to have a next meeting? So you need to have those details. It might look that this information is not important, but when you have a student in your classroom, say for 3 years, and you have 2 IEP documents a year, after 3 years, the child will have 6 IEP documents. When you have the meeting details clearly written there, the dates and all that, you will know like which IEP document comes first in order. And with the 6 IEP documents, you can flick through and you will see within the 3 years how much the child has improved or how much the child has not improved. If you spend time looking at the child's document, you will see, she might have come to you in year 1, still wearing diapers, still not verbal, still, have behavior issues. But as you look through the IEP document, after 3 years, you can see that, toilet training has been settled, behavior has been settled, most adaptive skills have been settled. Academic skills, she might be struggling, but still she's growing. Okay, so that's why we need to have details of the meeting. And for students' current level of performance, I advise that you have some of this section. You might want to report on the students' learning readiness, because there are some skills that if a child do not have, it will be very difficult for you to teach. I will explain further about learning readiness. It should be domains of development, the gross motor, fine motor, cognitive skills, communication skills, and either pre-academic skills or academic skills. And for students with disabilities who are in secondary school, you might have a section on vocational skills. So we have 166 of us here. You might be teaching primary school, elementary school, you might be teaching high school or secondary school. So we'll try to be flexible. If you are teaching in the primary school, then you may be focusing more on the learning readiness, domain of development, and pre-academic skills. But if you are teaching a student who's 18, who next year will be leaving the school, then your IEP might be focusing on learning readiness, vocational skills, and job transition. And maybe some academic skills. You might want to still work on the students' 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. So I'm giving you like a menu. These are the constructs that you want to have a look at, but you pick and choose according to the students that you teach. Okay, so let's see, what do I mean by learning readiness? Now, your definition of learning readiness might be different. It's okay. As I said, what I'm sharing with you should not be, carved on the stone and fixed, because as I said, children are diverse. Your country is diverse. Your learning culture might be different from our learning culture. Your school culture might be different from our school culture. So pick and choose, okay? Right. For me, from my experience teaching students with autism since 2009, I find that if a child masters these 6 skills, then it will be way easier for us to teach them. Okay, toilet training. If a child at the age of 9, he's still wearing a diaper, it will be really difficult, because you might want to be focusing on pre-academic skills or academic skills, but you need someone to take the child to do toilet training, go to the toilet every 30 minutes, write in the toilet training chart whether the child has an accident or whether the child has gone to the toilet successfully, independently. So, if you can settle toilet training in early intervention or in early childhood special education, that would be the most ideal. That would be the ideal. So that when the child steps into school for formal education, the child is no longer wearing diapers. But sometimes, I don't know about your countries, but in Malaysia, we still have children who's 8 or 9 year old who's still wearing diapers. And at one time, I've met a teacher in one of the states, and she said that in my school, I have a boy who's 13, and he has just entered secondary school at the age of 13 and still not toilet trained. And the school teacher has a huge headache, because at 13 is going to be, the older the child is, the more challenging it would be to do toilet training, right? So toilet training, behavior, you have the worst is aggressive behavior, and slightly better than that is disruptive behavior. No, for disruptive behavior, the child doesn't hurt people, but might disrupt the class teaching and learning process. And then slightly better than disruptive behavior, you have negative behavior. Negative behavior, the child doesn't disrupt the classroom, doesn't hit anybody, but has negative behavior like, all the stimming, or playing with the saliva, that you find it, the child will not be able to learn because of the negative behavior. And of course, you have the positive behavior. So behavior, you have aggressive, disruptive, negative, positive. If the child has disruptive behavior, how do you modify the behavior so that the child's behavior becomes positive? Now, again, it's time to air our dirty laundry. I have to share my disappointment with teacher trainers. My disappointment is not with teachers, but with teacher trainers. We have teachers who think that as special educators, they must be focusing only on academic skills and only on the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. And they think that behavior, modifying behavior, shaping behavior is not part of their job scope. You know, oh, the child is having a tantrum on the floor. I'm not a therapist. I've heard that before. I'm not a therapist. I'm not trained to do that. You know, so you might, I've seen a video. I don't know how the mother got hold of the video. The mother shared it with me. Her son, who has hyperactivity, who's hyperactive, was, you know, climbing on the other students' table, jumping on the teacher's table, jumping on the window, climbing the window, pulling on the classroom curtain, all throughout the lesson. And the teacher was just standing in front of the classroom with the 7 other students and teaching as if nothing is happening. The teacher did not stop the lesson to handle the behavior. When I look at that, I was like, okay, what is in the teacher's head? What is in the teacher's head? So when teachers are like that, I cannot point the finger to the teachers. I need to ask, what kind of training did she get when she was in the teacher training colleges? Did her lecturers in the teacher training colleges tell her that modifying behavior is part of the special educators' job scope? So if we have lecturers who are training teachers saying that, no, don't focus on toilet training, don't focus on adaptive skills, don't focus on behavior, you just focus on, you know, reading, writing, and arithmetic. In Malay, it's called ajaran sesat. Ajaran sesat in English is called deviant teachings. Okay, so you know, I'm glad that we're having this discussion. Okay, behavior, compliance is very important. In Malay, compliance is patuh arhan. Can the child follow the teacher's instruction? So the teacher say, okay, it's time for us to do our work. Let's take out our workbook and open to page 6. And the child is moving around the classroom, at times jumping out the classroom, coming in. And the teacher would say to the child, okay, Aiman, come back to your desk, sit down. Let's focus on your task. We have to finish this. Does Aiman follow the teacher's instruction? Can Aiman follow the teacher's instruction? If Aiman cannot follow the teacher's instruction, just imagine how disruptive it is to the classroom. You know, you're trying to get kids who have all sorts of educational issues to focus on their work, and you have this Aiman walking around, you know, and it will be too distracting for the classroom. So just imagine if you have a child who is toilet trained, positive behavior, follows your instruction, able to sit down and complete tasks. And when you form small groups, the child is able to follow and able to participate in the small group activities, and the child is able to communicate. If a child has all these skills, then don't you agree with me? Your job will be so much easier. So if you have a child, especially in year 1 or year 2 or year 3 in the primary school, and the child do not have all these 6 learning readiness skills, then my input to you is that you need to put this, excuse me, attention-seeking behavior from my son. You know, when mommy works from home from time to time, they will just come into my room like, hey, I'm still around, you know, why are you not paying attention to me? So that was my son. Sorry for the disruption. Yeah, I'm not that professional because I believe that we do have lives, we have families. Okay, so if your student is able to have all these 6 skills, then it will be just you know, like popcorn. Teaching them will just be like eating popcorn. It's so easy. But if the child do not have this 6 learning readiness skill, then whatever construct that is not able to master should be in the child's long-term goals. Okay, right. Next is domains of development. When you talk about domains of development, you have motor skill, adaptive skills, or self urus diri. Adaptive skills, how to take care of yourself, communication skills, social skills, emotional skills, and cognitive skills. My advice to you, if you want to write your assessment instrument, when you want to prepare your assessment instrument, my advice is to follow this flow. Why follow with this flow? In your assessment instrument, have questions on motor skills first, followed by adaptive skills, communication skills, social, emotional, cognitive skills. Why? Because from these 6 skills, the easiest to observe is actually motor skills. Motor skills, you can just see how the child is walking, jumping, whatever, whether the child is okay or not, just with a brief observation. With fine motor skills, just give him a piece of paper, give him a simple task, joining the dots or coloring or copying letters and simple sentences is easy to observe. But with cognitive skills, you need to have a battery of tests. And that test, you need to arrange it from the lowest, simplest, easiest task, and slowly you need to build it to more complicated, sophisticated tasks. For example, for cognitive skills, if you want to find out the child's, say, numeracy skills, for example, you want to know whether the child knows number or not, you cannot start with the question, okay, the child is 8, I'll see whether the child can do simple additions with single digits. No, you cannot start from that. You might have to start even lower. You might have to start, can the child say the numbers? Can the child identify numbers by its name? Can the child identify values of numbers? Meaning, if you say 3, the child will point to a picture of 3 pencils. And if you say 6, the child will point to a picture of 6 balls. So cognitive skills take time, and you need a more detailed instrument as opposed to motor skills. So when you do your assessment, start with the easier skills to gather information. That is motor skills, adaptive skills, communication skills. Social skills is quite difficult to assess, mainly because quite a number of teachers don't quite understand what social skill is, and emotional skills is even worse. So try a test with all of you. When I want to check, I call it my litmus test, when I want to check whether a teacher understands emotional skills or not, I will ask them, what are the 4 elements of emotional skills? What are the 4 elements of emotional skills, And again, airing dirty laundry here, majority. I have not met one teacher, honestly, no bragging, honestly. In my many years of being an academician, meeting so many special education teachers doing master's degree and doctoral degree, I have not met one teacher who can explain to me the 4 elements of emotional skills. Let's stop here. We have 166 people here. I'm going to open the chat box. Anybody wants to try and answer what are the 4 elements of emotional skills? So if you don't understand what is emotional skill, then how are you going to assess emotional skills, right? Anybody? 166. Anybody wants to try? Ada siapa-siapa nak cuba? Apakah 4 ciri kemahiran emotional? What are the 4 elements of emotional skills? 5. Anybody? 4. Self-management, anxiety, self-awareness. Good try. Self-management is quite good. Ability to emphasize. Anybody else? Okay. I'm too lazy to write. I'll tell you what are the 4 elements, you know. So, behavior is not emotion. Teacher Rose. Okay. I'll share with you what are the 4 elements of emotional skills. But your inability to answer my question tells me that your understanding of what emotional skill is quite low, and I should be worried about you doing an assessment on a student's emotional skill. So emotional skills, number 1, able to identify various types of emotion. Able to identify various types of emotion. When you show the student a picture of a girl laughing, and your student should be able to say happy. If you show a picture of a boy crying, then your student might say sad. And if you show a picture of something broken, like a flower vase being broken, and a picture of a mother like that, and your student may be able to say the mother is angry. Okay, so element number 1 is able to identify various types of emotion. Element number 2 is able to match suitable emotion to scenarios. For example, if you have a card, let's say, it's a stimulus that you use, you have a card of a birthday party, then you offer choices of emotional picture cards to match the picture of the birthday party. The child should choose a happy picture, a picture of a child smiling at the birthday party, because a birthday party is a time for us to be happy, right? So say if you have a picture of a child who has fallen down from his bike and he's crying, and he's crying, so your student must match it with a picture of a child crying. So element number 2 is the ability to match the correct emotion to situation. Okay, now element number 3 is self-regulation. If the child is happy, so happy, would the child be able to calm herself down? If the child is so angry, will the child be able to calm herself down? If the child is so sad, will the child cry for hours and hours and not stopping, So that is what we call self-regulation, able to control her emotion according to the situation. Okay, a 7-year-old child who cries non-stop for 1 hour might have issues as compared to a child who's 7 years old who cried for, say, 10 minutes. Okay, and number four element of emotional skill is resiliency. Resiliency, in Malay we call daya tahan. Resiliency means you fail and you can bounce back. You fail, you can bounce back. You're sad, but you say, you wipe your tears and say that, okay, I can do this, So those are the 4 elements of emotional skills for especially for young children. For children in the secondary school, then you have to add on a few other things. We have lots of emotion, but the basic skills. If you have a child who's 13 and who's clueless about emotion, you start with that. So So that four. I would prefer, teacher Afifa, I would prefer resiliency rather than durability. Okay, so that's just a short quiz. Oh, we have only Shuhaila, we only have 1 hour left. Oh my gosh, and I've not shown you your slides. Let me see. I've not finished my slides. Oh my gosh. So this is why. Let me see. I have to use the green button and
Pardon, doctor. I might like curious about like resilience, like as like be flexible, right?
Teacher, sorry,
Resilience.
sorry to interrupt, but can you wait until the Q&A session? Teacher? Mr. Chapatana? We wait until the Q&A session, yeah? I think the Tasna has a lot to
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going too slow.
Alright, okay, go on, Dr. Tasna.
Right. Okay, so let's move on from domains of development. Sorry. So again, my PowerPoint is stuck. Sekejap, for some reason, from time to time, it'll be stuck. Sorry. Right, let's try this one. Okay, content. We have done that. This is, oh, no, not yet. We have done that,
We've
right?
done that, yeah, we've done that.
I'm panicky because I still have a lot of domain of development. So the next one
will
is the
stop here, yeah.
pre-academic skills. So I have to say though that my experience is more, because my PhD is in early intervention, I focus more on children 7 and below, and my area of expertise is in teaching pre-academic skills as opposed to vocational skills. I have to admit that I don't have a lot of experience with teaching vocational skills, and I invite inputs from you. Especially, I was thinking that in our third slot, when you do your presentation, I bet I will learn a lot about vocational skills and job transition. Okay, so for pre-academic skills, you might want to have questions in your assessment tool about the student's ability to do matching, classifying, pre-reading, pre-writing, and pre-arithmetics. I really love teaching about all these teaching strategies, but we have to move on. Okay, so this is for the pre-academic skills, and for the academic skills, you might want to observe student skills in whether they can learn in a group, whether they can read and they can understand instruction, whether they can complete tasks and assignments, whether they can work in a group, and whether they are able to understand what to do during examination. So my list is not exhaustive. I'm just putting here a few examples. You can add other academic skills that you would like. I'm just giving you examples, okay? Right, so for vocational skills, in your assessment tool, you might have a few items on safety. If you are teaching cooking, then you might need some items on whether the students know how to carry out his task in the cooking room or in the cooking lab safely. Safety measures with regards to using knives, safety measure with regards to using the stove, and safety regards about hot utensils, and then hygiene is very important, when you are, say, cooking, or when you want to train your students on serving food. Hygiene is very important. Self-hygiene, looking at their nails. Can they keep their hands clean? Can they keep their nails clean? Of course, following procedures in the farm, following procedures in the cooking lab, following procedures in the sewing lab. You have procedures, and are they able to follow? If they're not able to follow, then it has to be part of the child's long-term goal. You need to teach them. And specific skills like measuring, measuring ingredients for the cooking. Can they measure 100 grams of sugar, or you find that you have tried using the measuring scales, but it doesn't work with them. So maybe it's much easier to use recipes that use cups and spoons as a measuring tool. So for your low functioning children with learning disability, the recipe might be, a picture of a sugar sack, small sugar sack, plus 3 cups. So when your students see this instruction, he understands that he has to measure 3 cups of sugar. Oh my, I better say 3 spoons of sugar rather than 3 cups. Yeah, that's too much. Okay. Some teachers, what they do is they use visual cues for recipes, and the student will measure 1 spoon of sugar, put in the bowl, and the student will take a pen and cross out a picture of 1 spoon. Take the second spoon, cross out the second spoon. That's how they know whether they have enough, because they might not understand the concept of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They can't even count, but you want to teach them how to cook. You can use visual cues, okay? And also, again, teamwork. So if you teach vocational skills, then think about what are the tasks that the students need to carry out while in the cooking lab, in the sewing lab, or in the school farm. Put that as items in your question for assessment. Okay, right. Job transition. You're preparing the 18-year-old, the 17-year-old for jobs in the future. Again, safety. Do they understand stranger danger? Do they understand that certain people cannot see certain parts of your bodies? If you think that job transition is all about carrying out the job so that they can get paid and all that, you're not doing your job. You have to teach about safety, because you're going to send your student with disabilities to the outside world. And in the outside world, not everybody has good hearts like teachers do. You have to teach them. Of late, I think, let me share. This is the reason why I cannot finish my slides, but I need to share this. We have one hour. We have 1 hour. I think we have time. Okay, so a good friend of mine called and say that she has 21-year-old nephew who used to be in a special education classroom, and he's quite functioning. So he was able to work in cafeterias, he was able to work in fast food restaurants, and he was able to work in a petrol pump station. So he's able, physically is able to do all the tasks. And sometimes, the problem is, what happened to this young man is that there was a young lady who's typical, who does not have any disability. And the young lady saw that the young man can be easily manipulated. So what the young lady did was, she was devious. What she did was that she asked the young man to go out on dates with her. She showered the young man with attention, being loving with him, taking him out, go watch movies, go on motor rides and all that. And this young man, sorry to say, most of our most of our students with especially learning disabilities, they don't really have a rich circle of friends. And when you have this young lady, or someone from the opposite sex showing attention to you, asking you, spending time with you, taking you out for meals and all that, so he fell in love with her, and they declared that they are girlfriend and boyfriend. What happened was that the moment that this devious young woman got hold of this young man, what happened was that she started asking him for all his monthly pay. So the mother, at the beginning, the mother was quite puzzled. Like, he's working, he's earning like 1,000 ringgit a month, but he still keeps asking me every week, asking her for a few hundred ringgit, And she, she did not investigate. But when he started to spend nights outside, not coming home. Then she was like, who are you spending time with and all that? And she found out that not only has he been giving all his money to the devious young lady, but that young lady has been taking out loans using his name. So this is why I say that when you prepare your students for job transition, you have to talk about safety, you have to talk about budgeting, you have to talk about saving your money, how to, how many percent do you save, how much do you use for your daily needs, and extra money for holidays or for watching movies. You have to do that, or else there will be wicked people out there who take opportunity of your students. So safety, hygiene, building and maintaining relationship, making decision is a big element in upper secondary schools. Because if you don't teach them how to make decision, then you'll have all those wicked people making decisions to them. Hey, let's take out a loan and stuff like that, So time management, executive functioning, transportation, budgeting, how do you get to work? Okay, when talking about executive functioning, I used to mentor a young man with autism on campus. At that time I was in the faculty of education, and he was in another faculty, faculty of science and technology. So we were mentoring him because the academicians, his lecturers in that faculty, did not have a good understanding of autism. So we were supporting the lecturers there. And executive functioning is a huge issue because the young man was living in accommodation on campus, and the young man has to manage his time, like, okay, if you have a lecture at 9 a.m., therefore you have to catch the campus bus by the latest at 8:30, and if you want to catch the campus bus at 8:30, in order for you to take a bath, get ready, dress up, and have your breakfast, you have to wake up at least by 7:30. He failed big time. So when I was mentoring him, I found out that he missed almost all of his morning classes. So why am I talking about these things? I'm trying to tell you that these things need to be in your assessment tool, and whatever information that you have in your assessment tool must be in your IEP. Okay, right. Okay, on top of that, we also have a section where you can jot down if your student has specific individual needs. For example, let's say your student is learning in an inclusive classroom. Okay, if let's say, sorry, Suhaila, my son again. Let's say you have a student in the inclusive classroom, and he's doing well, but he has issues with examinations, perhaps not understanding the question, or perhaps sometimes some students, they need the help of a page turner. Some students with attention deficit issues, let's say if the examinations booklet has 6 pages, when they turn the papers, they might skip certain pages when they pinch 2 papers together at one time. So they might need the assistance of a page turner. So this is the section where you write about the accommodation and the modification needed by the child, either for learning activities, for exams. And you might have some children with sensory issues, and therefore in the classroom they might have to use headphones. So you need to clarify to other teachers that the students is wearing headphone not to listen to K-pop music, but actually to protect himself from outside noises that he can't stand. Support for anxiety, and for social networking, the student might need a buddy system to protect him from being bullied and stuff like that. Okay, so I'll show you in the form, right? So how to write, and pay attention to this, because this is going to be your task for the your task for the 3rd day. where I'll ask you to write your IEPs, okay? So when you write that section on students' current level of performance, you have your student in the special education class. And, you know, logically, you understand that the child has a lot more weaknesses as compared to strength. By the way, I don't use the word weaknesses, I use the word needs. Needs sound more positive than weaknesses. So your student in your special education class might have a lot of needs as compared to them having strength. And some teachers, I don't know whether we want to call them too honest, or maybe you want to say that they are tactless, you will see that they write awfully in that section. They will write that, oh, Aiman cannot do this, Aiman cannot do that, Aiman cannot do this, Aiman cannot do that, Aiman cannot count, Aiman cannot answer question. And parents, when they read the IEP document, the section on the student's current level of performance, they say, you know, it's just all a list of things that my child cannot do. And it's really, really very demotivating. So my advice to all of you teachers, when you write that section, write the positive points first. You know, write the positive point first. So what do you do when you cannot find any positive points to say about the child? You know, find something, talk about how clean the child is, how the child is, you know, have almost perfect attendance in school, how the child is always on time. You have to find something good, you know. I was writing one comment in a child's IEP, and the child having autism, he was really insensitive to the needs and feelings of others. So I was typing there, Aiman is insensitive to others' feelings and needs. And I stopped myself. That's an awful sentence for a parent to read. You know, a parent reading that sentence would feel really awful. And you want to treat the parents as part of a team. At the same time, you want to be honest. So therefore, you can reword your sentence rather than writing that Aiman is insensitive to others' needs and feeling. What you can do is you can write Aiman is unaware of others' needs and feelings. So you replace the word insensitive to unaware. You know, the word insensitive sounds judgmental. It's kind of like finger pointing, but when you write, Aiman is unaware of others' feelings and needs, it sounds less awful. It sounds almost neutral. You're just stating the student's level of performance. No bits of being judgmental there. So whatever it is, when you come to a section, write the positive stuff first, and then when you come to the needs, which may sound negative, try to write it in a constructive manner. Okay, and then the third point is to use short and concise sentences. You know why? Because short and concise sentences takes less time. You don't want to be wasting your time, you know, writing a novel for an IEP, you know. So short, concise sentences. You want it to be clear, but you don't want to be spending way too much time writing the IEP. My team members in Junior School, when I was there for 6 years, I asked them, you know, they told me that if they are writing the IEP for the first time, it might take up to 45 minutes for one child. It might take longer. But if the child has been with them, the child has been in junior school, maybe last year with another teacher and this year with them, what they do is just they take the soft copy of last year's IEP and they just copy and paste. They just change, copy, paste sentences. And usually they say that if it's not a first IEP, if it's a student who has been in junior school for a year or so, it'll take them 15 minutes to finish one IEP. 15 to 20 minutes. So if you have 8 children, 8 times 20, so you don't have that much time. And you don't have to sit down and complete all 8 IEP at the same time. You take one day, complete 2 IEPs, tomorrow complete another 2 IEPs, you'll be done. Yeah, you will be done in 4 days. Okay, so use short and concise sentences. The main target is when I do training, I always say that when you say short and concise sentences, what do you mean by that? Just imagine that, say you're pregnant and you have to take a maternity leave for the female teachers. Okay, you know that you have to leave your classroom in April because you are delivering your baby. So you know that a substitute teacher will step in. You want to write your IEP short and concise so that when the substitute teacher step into your classroom and read the IEP documents of all your students, the substitute teacher knows exactly where to pick up in your lessons. Okay, as clear as that. Okay. All right, and you just want to make sure that the information is clear. And the other thing, the other litmus test is that when parents read your report, parents don't have to ask too many questions. So don't use technical terminologies like self-mutism or dyslexia. Rather than using dyslexia, use having challenges to read. Rather than use the term dysgraphia, you might say, oh, Aiman finds it very challenging to write. So use everyday languages in your report. You don't have to impress anybody. Your main target is to make people to understand. So Haila, you need to be my timekeeper as well.
Yeah.
Right, we have 45 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also want to show the forms, the documents. So inside the IEP, you have the long-term goals and the short-term goals. So the long-term goals, how long is 6 months? The short-term goals, how short? So you have the long-term goals, and within the long-term goals, you have short-term. I'm having tongue twisters now. Let me be clearer. Right. So you have the long-term goals, and within a long-term goals, you will have a few short-term goals that will help the child to achieve the long-term goals. Okay, and for the goals, for the objectives, either long-term or short-term, we need you to use the SMART principle. And I will need at least 1 hour to explain the SMART principle. So I'll do that on the 3rd day. But suffice for me to share that SMART here stands for specific. So the goal that you write must be specific. Okay. For example, teachers like to write by June 2022. I'll give you a bad example of a goal that is not specific. By June 2022, Aiman will be able to understand teachers' instruction. Let me repeat that. By June 2022, Aiman will be able to understand teachers' instruction. Why is that bad? Why is that a bad example? Isn't it good that we want him to be able to understand teachers' instruction? But the problem with understand teachers' instruction is, how do you measure that? How do you measure whether Aiman understands the instruction or not? So your long-term goal should be by June 2022, Aiman will be able to carry out teacher's instruction. Rather than understand teacher's instruction, we say carry out teacher's instruction. Because when teacher gives him an instruction and he carries out the instruction, then bling, you can measure, okay, I gave him one instruction and he can follow the instruction. So you know that he is able to do that task. So you have to be careful with the words that you use. Rather than understanding, follow instruction. Okay. For example, you say that Aiman will be able to do, by June 2022, Aiman will be able to do simple additional maths exercise. That's not smart. What do you mean by simple additional maths exercise? Are you talking about 2 plus 2, 4 plus 1, 5 plus 2? Or are you talking about 237 plus 465? You have to be very specific. So you might want to say by June 2022, Aiman will be able to do 10 additional maths exercise using single digits within the amount of 10. Be very specific. So our short-term goals and long-term goals must be specific, must be measurable. Why? Because you want to measure the child's progress. If the goal is not measurable, then how do you know whether the child has mastered that skill or not? Measurable, achievable, relevant, and time limited. So SMART, that's why it's called SMART. Time limited means that you're setting the skills should be achieved by the child within 6 months. Okay. Now, I'll give you one last example of what I mean by relevant, and we can move on. Okay, so one teacher has in her student's IEP a long-term goal for the student to learn how to tie his shoelaces. So she wrote there, by June 2022, Aiman will be able to tie his shoelaces independently. And I told her that that is a bad goal to set for your student. You know, if the student is very low functioning, why get him to wear shoes that need to be laced, shoes that have laces that needs to be tied? Talk to the parents, say, can you buy shoes with Velcros? I don't know about other countries, but nowadays, school shoes, they come with Velcros. You can just, you know, pull it open and snap it together using a Velcro. Now, wearing shoes with Velcro would be easier for the child rather than shoes with laces. And you need to spend what? 10 minutes every day teaching him to tie shoelaces when he doesn't have enough time to learn other more important tasks. So, you know, tying shoelaces is not relevant in these days and age. Another skill that is also not relevant to teach in this day and age is telling the time. Telling the time using an analog clock, you know, the clock with the long hand and the short hand. Waste of time. If they have learning disability, teach them how to tell the time using a digital clock. So there are some goals that are relevant, some goals that are not relevant. Okay, we'll have one session just on the SMART principle, because if you don't understand the SMART principle, you will not be able to write good long-term and short-term goals. Okay, right? Okay. Example here, by June 2022, Amin will reduce his hitting behavior by 80%. You might ask me, doctor, how do you calculate that 80%? On our third day, we'll talk about that. So later for the third slot, where you need to analyze your own IEP, you might want to check whether the learning goals, the 6 months, the long-term learning goals that you have written for your student, whether it is SMART or not. Okay, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-related. Okay, second example, by June 2022, Nadia will be able to go to the toilet and carry out 6 out of 10 steps independently. So we have that task, going to the toilet, and we carry out a task analysis. Okay, first step, Nadia needs to tell the teachers that she needs to go to the toilet. Step number 2, she needs to walk to the toilet. Task number 3, close and lock the door. Number 4, take off her underwear and sit on the toilet seat, do her business, blah 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 blah. So there are 10 steps in the task of going to the toilet, and Nadia is not toilet trained, and by June we want her to be able to carry out 6 out of 10 steps independently. So we measure. We will have a checklist with the 10 steps, and each time Nadia masters a step, then we put a date on it, or you need to have data, because if you have toilet training as one of the long-term learning goals or objective, then you need to present the data to the parents. Okay, and the third example, by November 2022, Zarul will be able to prepare a personal budget following the 6 budgeting steps independently. So you have a mini module on budgeting, and that mini module you have come up with 6 steps. Number 1, write down your income. Number 2, write down your expenses. Number 3, write down how much you want to save. Number 4, so you have a 6 steps budgeting mini module. You are teaching him, and you are checking whether in 6 months he is able to prepare a personal budget by following the 6-step modules. Okay, so your learning goals of or objective have to be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time related. And I find that a lot of question will be on how to write smart learning goals. If you do have question about smart learning goals, I advise you to keep it for slot 1 day 3, because I think for the first day, I'm giving you an overview, but you need to understand the anatomy of an IEP document. That is more important, okay? We delve deeper on the 3rd day. Right. So when it comes to monitoring progress, the question is how to collect data. How do we collect data? You can collect data by collecting samples of the students' work, by carrying out observation, by having very short tests. In special education, this short test we call probes. Probes mean you put a card on, you put a few cards on the test or on the table on the desk, and then ask the student which one is a vehicle, which one can you eat. So the child give you a picture as an answer. So the test takes not even 1 minute, so we call it probes. But I had an opportunity to work closely with a medical doctor, Engineer Skonia, and the word probes disturbs her very, very much. And she said, Dr. Hasna, can you not use the word probe? Because when you say probe, I'm thinking about teachers inserting some instrument into the kids, So I say probe, and then I say very short test. And you can also collect data by using report from others. Maybe you don't have time to go to the canteen during recess time. So when you go to the canteen to have your meal, have a short chat with a canteen lady. My students, the one named Aiman, can he blah blah. That chat is also a form of data gathering. And when to collect data depends on you. At one time, I was training a staff from the Community Rehabilitation Center, and she said that, Doctor, I don't have 8 students. I have 18 students to take care. I have 18 students. I don't have time to collect data. Do I still need to collect data? I told her yes. You still need to collect data, but maybe you collect data once a week, or you collect data once a fortnight, but you still need to have the data. Okay, when you collect the data, it depends on you. Okay, whether you want to do it once a week, you want to do it every day, or you want to do it 3 times per week. Okay, all right. I think okay, the IEP meeting we've discussed here twice a year. Use positive languages. The first 10 minutes at least, share the students' positive progress, share about his achievement, and then after that 10 minutes, parents feel, you might not understand, but some parents are really scared of teachers. Some parents are really nervous about meeting teachers, and especially I have two sons with autism, so I'm speaking as a parent. Sometimes you feel that when you talk with doctors or teachers or therapists, sometimes you feel that they are scrutinizing you. You're being scrutinized, and you feel nervous, And I have a PhD, you know. So take the first 10 minutes to break the ice, say good things about the child, maybe share something cute that has happened, make sure that the parents feel comfortable. Then we go more into the more serious stuff, the needs of the student, okay? And also make sure that you provide opportunities, time for the parents to share their information and also their concern. Oh, I misspelled my concern. So sorry. And teachers, during the IEP meeting, you need to apply effective listening skills. You know, in order for your IEP meeting to be successful, if you ask me, the number one element that is very, very important is listening skill. If you are not able to listen effectively, you might not be able to say strategic words, strategic sentences to the parents, okay? And you need to bear in mind that your target for the IEP meeting is to get the IEP, is to get the parents' signature. So always think how best to get the parents to understand what her child's current level of performance is, and why you are setting these certain goals to help her move from where she is currently to where you have set the goal. If you are able to understand that, you will get the parents' signature, okay? Right, I think we have finished. But I have a couple of forms that I want, not which instruction, not specific, this example, which domain development. Teacher Nur Amira, I don't understand your question. Suhaila, do you think we can?
Just now you were asking about, you were giving a scenario on by July 2022, students should be able to do this, and the instruction was not clear. So she was answering your questions earlier. It was not specific. The instructions
Okay.
specific. Yeah.
Right.
You have approximately 32 more minutes. So
Okay. I'll try. Okay. If I'm not able to finish, what I can do is allow me to have 15 minutes during the third slot to go through the second IEP document, and then we can break into groups, and then we have presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
So Teacher Chantrika asked, may I know that the IEP needs to be written by the class teacher of the subject teachers, as the for time being only class teacher are assigned. My advice to you is to have small group meeting. If you are the classroom teacher, say that, okay, today after school, let's say school finishes at 1 p.m. and say that, okay, go and have lunch for 15 minutes. Can we meet at 1:15? We'll sit for 20 minutes. You know, teachers are always sit for 20 minutes, and let's write. You can give me input so that I can write the section on students' current level of performance, and then we can discuss what kind of learning objectives that we want to write. Let's say if you are a physical education teacher and you are also the classroom teacher, and you have the maths teacher, you have the English teacher, you have the Malay teacher, you might not know what are the learning objectives that you want to write. My advice is to have a team meeting. To have a team meeting. Okay, now allow me, I know yes, Teacher Agnes, the long term is for 6 months, and short term is, I'm coming to that part. Okay, I'm coming to that part. Okay, let me, in order to answer Teacher Agnes question, let me show you. I need to pull it out. 1 second, yeah. I'll show you a blank IEP form first. I'll show you a blank IEP form, and then if you don't have time, after lunch, I'll show you the second IEP form. Right, green arrow, blank IEP form, share. Okay, so this is what an IEP document look like. And you know what? Your IEP form, your IEP document doesn't have to look exactly like mine, you know, but what your IEP document need to have is that it need to have the specific information. You might want to add more information if you think it's more relevant to your class. But I would say that the blank document that I'm showing you has the basic information that you need to have in an IEP form. Okay, right. Suhaila, boleh tengok, boleh nampak form clearly ke Suhaila?
Boleh
Okay,
Prof.
so over here, I put the school's special education unit. So if you want your IEP form to have a cover with the school emblem, with the name of the teacher, with, it's up to you. It's up to you. I like simplicity. So because when there's too many pages, sometimes you get, you get all like, too much information. So keep it, I like to keep it simple, but you decide. Okay, so this is the name of the special education unit, individual education plan, and section 1, as I shared just now, students' personal information, name, date of birth, age, sex. Rather than mother tongue, I would prefer, because I was translating this from Malay to English, language at home. Language at home. Oh, sorry. See, so clumsy. Hang on a sec. Language at home. Language at home. And then language for teaching and learning. Why? Because Malaysia is very diverse. We have a lot of different races in Malaysia. You might be a Malay teacher, but you might have an Indian student in the classroom, and the Indian student is learning how to be verbal. And at home, the student, if he wants to go to the bathroom for bowel movement, he might say to the mama, 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 kaka, kaka, kaka. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Tamil word for bowel movement. And if the teacher is not aware of that, the child in your classroom might have his hand up and say, kaka, kaka. He is actually trying to communicate to you, saying that he needs to go to the bathroom. And in the Malay language, kaka is sister. And the Malay teacher might be thinking, are you calling me sister, sister? I'm not your sister, I'm your teacher. So there's a miscommunication. So that's why you need to have information about language at home and language for teaching. And language is also an issue for students with autism. I don't know whether you have the same phenomena in other countries like Brunei, Thailand, Laos, Philippines. In Malaysia, we have this phenomenon whereby it doesn't matter whether the child is Malay, Chinese, or Indian, but the child is most comfortable communicating in English. We have families, Malay families, say that, doctor, we never use English at home. All of us at home use Malay. My son with autism is the only one who uses English. And if he asks a question, if we want him to understand, we have to answer his question in English. We have that phenomenon where children with autism feel more comfortable. I wonder whether you have this phenomenon in Laos or in Thailand. That would be really interesting, but we don't have time to delve into that now. So that is why we have that section, so that teachers are aware of the language used at home. And of course, if it is a government school, majority teaching and learning will be in Malay. Unless if it is a vernacular school, then sometimes we do have Chinese school, they use Mandarin, and we have Indian schools, they use Tamil. But majority of our special kids, they are in not vernacular schools, but in government national schools. So this is something that teachers need to know. And placement, whether the child is placed in PPKI classes, special education classes, or fully inclusive or partially inclusive. There are some kids, like for certain subjects like music or Islamic education or physical education, they would go to the inclusive classes. But for some subjects like science and maths and English, they will stay in the special education classes. So we call that partial inclusive education placement. Okay. And then, sorry, I need to add, in my translating, I lost a few things. So we need to have diagnosis here. Diagnosis here, whether it is ASD or ADHD or ASD plus ADHD, because some children have comorbidity. The child might have learning disability and anxiety issues, or the child might have epilepsy, so that's under health issue. So diagnosing health issues. There are some children who are allergic to peanuts, so you need to make it clear so that if you have to leave the class and you need to have a substitute teacher, then the substitute teacher do not have to work hard to get information about the child. Everything is there. So mother's name, telephone number, email address, father's name, telephone number, email address, and home address. Okay, right. Let me find my cursor. I need to put battery in my mouse. Okay, the next part is the meeting details. When is the date of the meeting? The type of meeting. Is it, if it's a new child, if it is first year in secondary school, then this is the beginning IEP, the first one. And then biannual review is the one that you have every 6 months. So you just tick there. If it's your regular every 6 months IEP, then you tick there. And on request review, let's say if you have parents, and for your information, I've never had these issues. Yeah, let's say you have parents who are really dissatisfied with their child's progress. Like they're complaining, what is this teacher doing? Last year when my son was in this teacher's class, he was learning how to read very well, and now this year his reading ability is going downhill. So let's say the parents are not happy, and the parents say that I would like to have an IEP meeting. I would like to review my son's IEP. According to IDEA, the policy in the US, according to IDEA, the IDEA states that parents have IDEA 2004 states that parents have the right to call for IEP meeting anytime they feel like they need to. My experience since 2009 until now, how many years is that? My maths is bad. Many years preparing IEP documents for students. I've not had one parent who asked to have an impromptu IEP meeting just because they're not satisfied. Never. But IDEA says that parents have that right, so we have it there. And then I was translating it, and I couldn't find a good term. If on request review is you having an IEP meeting based on parents' request. Now needed review is teachers feel that they need to have a review. Teachers feel no. For whatever reason. We have one boy, for example, teacher has spent many months, more than 3 months, toilet training him, and he was successful in being toilet trained. He was able to sit on the toilet seat and do his both of his businesses, and he's able to clean with a little bit help from the teacher. But suddenly, out of the blue, the child was not urinating in the toilet bowl, but he started urinating on the floor. And the teacher started to catch that, and she started investigating, and she found out that the family just hired a new house helper, live-in house helper for household chores. And that house helper has been teaching the child to pee on the floor rather than in the toilet bowl. So sometimes you have, but I think that example is not strong enough for the teacher to call for a meeting. Again, in my experience, I've never had an incident where teacher feel that they have to call for a meeting, but I just put it here, put it there in the form. And I also have one blank form because you might never know, there might be other instances that you need to call for a meeting. So that's one blank box there. And then you need to put down the information when the IEP starts. Say you have the meeting on the 23rd of January and you agree with the parents that IEP will start first day of February. So you write it there. And tentative date for next meeting, you can tell parents tentatively, because we have a meeting in January, we'll have our next meeting either end of June or the first 2 weeks of July. End of June or early July. So you can write there tentatively, and we have one part there, other information in case if there's something special that you need to write. Okay. And section 3 is on students' current level of performance. Again, if you feel that your child is high functioning and your child is in high school, secondary school, you do not need the section on learning readiness, you can do away with it. You can do away with it. But if you feel that you are teaching early childhood special education, you're teaching students with special needs age 5 and 6, or you're teaching elementary school year 1, year 2, and there are still some kids whose learning readiness skill is not quite there, you might want to have this section here. You have toilet training, behavior compliance, task completion, group work, and basic communication. And then remember, I say in your IEP, start with motor skills first, gross, fine, and then adaptive skills, social skills, emotional skills, language and communication skills, and then the last one is cognitive skills. For the domains of development, why do you have this flow? Why do you have this this list? Because cognitive skill takes more time, takes more care and energy to collect information as opposed to motor skills. Okay, that's the main reason. My advice through my experience, have it this way, because you know what, as you go through the domains of development, like motor skill, let's say you are doing an assessment on a child who's 10 years old. You know, usually by global standards, a typical child, 10 years old, they are able to read and write at that level. Okay, you have a child who's 10 years old and you start with the gross motor. The diagnosis is learning disability. The child has no problem with motor skills. During the first 2 weeks, you take him to the field, or the physical education teacher takes him to the field, and from afar you can observe, you know, all your 8 kids in your classroom do not have any gross motor skills. And then in the classroom, you give him some simple exercises like a picture of Doraemon. Doraemon is quite easy, yeah? With a circle, with the round eyes, round face, and you give him a picture of a Doraemon, and you give him the instruction. Can you copy a picture of a Doraemon? And you find that at the age of 10, he's not able to copy at all. He's not able. He's not even able to hold the pencil correctly using the tripod grip, and you know, he tried very hard, but you know. That picture of a Doraemon tells you that he's not able to write, and then you find that, oh, you know, if he is not able to write, then his cognitive skills, academic skills might be low. So you are looking at other skills, but those skills is giving you clues about cognitive skills, clues about social skills, and all that. And then adaptive skills, if a child comes to you at the age of 10, 9, still wearing diapers, you might guess that the child either have low communication skills or the child has low cognitive skills. Because when you do toilet training, if a child understands simple one-step instruction, then your toilet training should be successful. If the child understands one simple one-step instruction, but is still wearing diapers, then that means parents might have issues with toilet training. And when you probe further, you'll find that, oh, parents actually do not have toilet training skills. They don't understand what they need to do for toilet training. Okay, right. We have 15 more minutes. And then specific needs. Over there, you might say that Aiman has challenges when doing examinations. So he needs that extra 30 minutes for every hour that he sits. Or you might write there, or Aiman needs a page turner during test and exam. Or you might write there, Aiman need extra time for tasks, or I might need extra time for assignments if you give kids so those are the specific needs. Or if the child is showing behavior issues, and you say that the child needs visual cue cards for him to behave better, you write there. If a child has sensory issues, with sensitive reading, or there are some children who are sensitive to bright lights, and they might need to use dark glasses in the classroom. And for some reason, students are not allowed to use dark glasses. But if you have it in his IEP that he has sensitivities to bright lights and he needs to wear dark glasses in the classroom, then everybody will understand. If a child is not verbal and the child has dyspraxia or dyspraxia of the speech, and you find that using PECS, 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 you have not heard it before, PECS, Picture Exchange Communication System, helps the child to communicate better, make himself understood, then for specific needs, say that child is using PECS and he is at level 4 of PECS, specific needs that the child have. Okay, now then you come to section 4, which is the long-term and short-term goals. And the first thing that you need to do is you need to list out what are the learning objectives. Let me be very brief, because after this I want to show you an example of an IEP document that has been filled. Okay, list of learning objectives. Then each of the learning objective you will copy and you will paste under learning objective. So learning objective 1 means long-term goal lah. Learning objective 1, long-term goal 1 is the same. And long-term, by long-term I means 6 months. Okay, and then for each of the learning objective 1, you write down the short-term goals that you need to do in order to help him to achieve the long learning objective. We are running out of time, and so when you if say you have 14 learning objectives, then each learning objectives you have to break it down into the short-term objectives. If you ask me how many learning objectives or long-term goal, I think learning objective is easier for me to pronounce rather than long-term goal. This long-term goals is kind of like a tongue twister for me. Okay, so how many learning goals should a child have? My experience is that the higher functioning the child, the longer the list is. A really low functioning child sometimes have only six learning goals in the list, but a high functioning child sometimes have 14, sometimes have 16. Some of my teachers in my team before, they push up to 22, and I said, wow, that's a lot. I would prefer that you keep it below 20. I would be happier if you keep it below 20. And they will argue with me and say, no, doctor, I want to write 22, and I think I can manage, and I think the child can manage. Even though I was the director there, I have to respect the teacher. You know why? Because the teacher spends time 5 days a week with the child, not me. I sit in my director's desk. So I said, that why don't you give it a try? Right? You want to write 22, and let's see. Within a few months, let's review this. I said, let's review means me and the teacher, let's discuss about it. And most of the time when I tell the teacher to have lesser number of learning goals, they insist they want to have 22, 21, 23. they manage well. They manage well. But, you know, I might be biased, but my teachers are well trained. Okay, sorry for bragging there. Let me see, 10 more minutes. So you break down all the learning objectives, and then section 5 is you need to have a statement how the progress report will be prepared for the parents. So maybe frequency, you will give progress report once a month or once every 2 months, and method maybe through the communication book, or maybe by sending an email, or maybe by sending a document through the WhatsApp. You decide, okay? In an IEP, they insist that we have one section on how do you report progress, because they want to ensure that teachers keep parents posted on their child's development. And this section number 6, you need to write down all those who attended the meeting, and whether it's a subject teacher or whether it's a class teacher, and you need to have the parents' name too there as well. You need to have the parents' name as well. For the post, just write mother or father, and parents need to tick that small box and say, I have read my child's IEP document and agree with the plan developed after discussion between parents and teachers of PPKI Sri Laksamana, signature, name and date. So this is what a blank IEP document look like. We have 8 minutes. Let's see.
Doctor,
Yes, saya.
will you be sharing this blank IEP document with us? So
Yes,
we
yes,
can upload
yes.
it in the, all right, thank you.
Yes, yes. And you said that you'll upload it after a week or so, right?
Yeah, we'll upload it in, actually we can upload it now if you want. We can create a Google Drive and we can share the link.
I'll WhatsApp to you. I'll
Okay,
WhatsApp
sure,
to
thank you.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
I think Suhaila is more agile with IT. Do you want, my suggestion is that we'll have a look at the IEP document that has been filled at 2 o'clock. Is that okay?
Sure. Okay,
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Give me 15 minutes after 2. I'll share the form that has been filled. And then, because now we only have 7 minutes,
Yeah,
there's
that
some
will be
questions.
helpful as well.
There are some questions here. Can I see section 5? Dah tunjuk tadi kan? How can you create a Telegram group? Okay. Full screen. Okay, macam mana ni? Okay, so Teacher Tantrika, I have read. Agnes, I wish to ask whether the difference between long term and short term. Okay, can I show it to you later, Teacher Agnes, at 2? Right. How long term? 6 months. Teacher Sabaria, Doctor, if 2 IEP written for each student for a whole year, so it is all teacher carry out the same IEP in class or different IEP by each teacher? It keeps confusing me. Yeah, I understand your confusion. Let's say a child has an issue of, being aggressive towards others. He, when he's in a temper rage, he likes to slap people or pull somebody hair, and he also like to spit at his friends. Like to spit. So there are 3 negative behaviors: spitting at people, spitting, slapping, and pulling hair. And he does it in the classroom. And usually when he started slapping and spitting and all that, teacher have to really react fast, because if teachers don't react fast, then the incident can escalate into a big fight, chairs and tables flying and all that. So definitely this aggressive behavior is a big issue that you cannot ignore. Now, I don't know about other countries, but in Malaysia, you have one teacher teaching one subject. When my son was in elementary school in Oregon, what happened is that he only have one teacher for the whole day. In the US, you have one teacher for the whole day. That's the teacher who's going to teach English. The teacher will teach maths. It's the same teacher. So when you have one teacher for the whole day, it's so much easier as compared to special education in Malaysia, where 45 minutes you have the Malay teacher teaching, and then after that the next 45 minutes, the English teacher will come in. After that 45 minutes, the maths teacher will come in. So you have many people coming in. That is why I advise to you, you need to have a meeting with all the parents, with not parents, with all the teachers. You need to get the teachers to be on the same page. If a child have behavior issues, another team needs to be created. The team is called the behavioral intervention team.
Cikgu yang darjah 2 lah.
Suhaila, you need to
Dah.
mute.
Dah.
Suhaila, you need to mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Suhaila. Okay. So so in Malaysia, you have many teachers coming in. When you have an issue of behavior, then you have to to discuss in a team and come up with a long-term plan and the short-term plan. And if I give you another example, say reading, you have a child who's 8 years old with learning disability, and when he came to you at the age of 7, he doesn't know any letters at all. And then now at the age of 7, he knows some letters and he's beginning to string the letters together into sounds. And you have science teacher, you need to read during science lesson. You have maths teacher, you have the English teacher. Now, when you talk about reading skill, all the teachers need to understand the child's reading level and what needs to be done, what can be done. So I know that in Malaysia, Iep meeting is just between the classroom teacher and the parents. But what I'm saying is that when the classroom teacher is writing the Iep document, before you write the Iep document, call a quick meeting among all the teachers, and you can discuss the behavior issues, you can discuss the reading issues, or if a child is not able to complete tasks, whatever task, you can come together. Okay, for the child who's not able to complete tasks, you know that the child has ADD. So focus is a very difficult task for the child. So maybe you say that, can we agree, can all of us teacher, maths teacher, science teacher who's teaching one gemilang, can we agree that for this specific child, we will only give him 50% of the task. So if other children needs to answer 10 questions, then the child will answer only 5. So that is one of the strategy that we use. And do we write it in the long-term goal? We write in the long-term goal. We say that currently we assess him. We find that he can only sit and focus on his task for just 5 minutes now. So we want to implement strategies so that by the end of June, he has increased his ability to focus from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. So you have that as a long-term goal. So everybody who comes into the classroom need to know what are the teaching strategy. The teaching strategy will not be written in the IEP. The teaching strategy will be written in the daily lesson plan, Rancangan Pengajaran Harian, RPH. But if everybody is on the same page, you know that, oh, he has ADD, he's not able to complete his task. So what we'll do is, every time we give him a task, we'll make sure that he has a self-checking list. Because a self-checking list will help him to focus on the task. We will give him 50% of the task as opposed to other students, and we'll give him a self-checking list, and we will also reward him with something. So all the teachers will be on the same page. Okay, that is Cikgu Sabaria's question. Can share full screen of this? Yeah, I'll share you the blank form as Suhaila says just now. Can I ask a favor or a telegram? We'll exchange. Okay, so Suhaila is saying that if you have question and answer, don't use your microphone, but use the chat box, because if all 166 use the microphone, we'll be in trouble. Okay, so question and answer through the chat box. We have 2 new messages. Can I see section 5? Okay, right. Which domain should we settle first? Teacher Nick use Naida. What do you mean by settle? Do you mean by writing or by teaching? Teacher Di Yusnida, how about the student don't want to do anything, even guidance by teacher? So there are many possibilities. Teacher Amiza, number one, your long-term goal might be too high for the student to achieve. You might want to lower down the level of your long-term goal. You might see that the child have issues with compliance, so you might want to have one learning objective on compliance for that child, and you need to work on the child's behavior and compliance before targeting that the child will be able to sit for a long time and all that. And perhaps for this child, rather than giving him tasks using pencil and paper, give him tasks that use manipulatives. Say if counting, give him big buttons to count, give him, you know, those counting what do you call that, counting sticks, you know, or ice cream sticks, you know, if he is not able, because using pencil and paper is quite advanced, so you might want to use apa tu, manipulatives. So I think we are done with all the questions, Suhaila. Can we go for a break, and then at 2 o'clock when we come back, I'll show you IEP forms that has been filled in. Is that okay?
That's great. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hasna. So when we come back later, we have like a short sharing session again, and we will also have breakout room sessions, right?
Suhaila, can we come together as group first?
Yeah, sure.
And I share, and then we go into our breakup groups.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So is everybody doing okay? If you're doing okay, show your okay, thank you. You can understand, you can follow, despite perhaps the differences in terms of our practices in our country. So thank you very much, everybody. See you all at 2. Over to you, Suhaila.
Thank you, Dr. Hasna. Okay, I'll see you. Okay, we received requests for Telegram group. We've never done Telegram group for training, because I think it's not doable for all, because it involves telephone numbers. So what we did was we created Padlet, where Padlet will remain for quite some time there, and also we'll create a Google Drive link where we will upload all the relevant documents there as well for your reference. So thank you for that. And later on, we will also divide the teachers according to their countries. And for Malaysian teachers, will it be okay if we put them in their states, Doctor?
Sure. And my preference would be for them to be put together. Let's say if they are upper secondary school teachers, then in one group. If they are, you know, tahap 1 sekolah rendah in one group, then that'll be easier. But I think we'll go with the flow.
All right, thank you, Doctor. I'll see you later at 2.
Bye, everybody. Have a good lunch.
We'll send you coffee in a short while.
I'll be waiting. Zeus coffee, not Starbucks. Bye, everybody.
All right, okay. Bye.
Bye.
See you. Assalamualaikum.
Hello.
Okay, for all the other educators, you may leave. You may leave this platform and come back later. We'll open the Zoom room again at about 1:45. But if you choose to stay, you can also stay. That's okay as well. So see you later. Thank you. Yeah, Google Drive link better. We will upload it soon. Because we can't upload everything all at once. We have to follow Dr. Hasna's sequence, right? On what she shared, then we'll upload it. All right, thank you. If there's any more questions or issues, bye. Vidya, Ayu. See you later. Assalamualaikum.